is what you write a book for, to be read. That is what justifies the discipline and effort that go into writing a serious book, which I strongly believe this book is. Necessary for the justifies the discipline and effort that go into writing a serious book, which I strongly believe this book is. Where necessary and desirable, take note for the possibility of a second edition, when you can then give explanations as it may be necessary, and also react appropriately to praises and condemnations, and make corrections where required. You can now remain cool, calm, satisfied, fulfilled, and continue to thank God and praise God, your Creator, for all His blessings and mercies on you as on me. To God be the glory for all the good things He has done for you, for me, and for Nigeria. Yes, we are not where we should be as a nation, but it could be worse. And we should continue to pray that God should hasten good times to come. If I have been physically with you, my listening to the review of the book may give me one or two words to say as closing remarks. General Absalami Abubakar will be asked, with your approval, to sit in for me. My opening remarks can be read by him or projected on the screen as a recorded video. FG, we have come a long way, and we have come together. As a not young officer in the officers' mess in Kaduna, just doing what some of your predecessors have done, and all that we have done or gone through separately and together from that time until today, we must continually thank God. I especially thank God for your life, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. Continue to bask in the love and grace of God. Well done, and more grace to your elbow. That
round of applause for him. Honestly, the quintessential Chief Obasanjo, who spoke as if he was not here, and yet he's very much here. My duty no be do, and bad belle. Another round of applause, please, for our chairman. Mr. Chairman, please just permit me to remind you of something that happened many, many years ago. As you were walking across the stage, I was looking at your feet, and I observed that you were wearing sneakers. I can't resist telling you this or reminding you of this. I remember it well. It was after the parade, your first parade as Commander-in-Chief. And it was also my first assignment as an announcer or a commentator. We were at the barracks for refreshments afterwards, and the first thing you said to me, sir, was, Bimbo, I made a terrible mistake today. I wore a new pair of shoes. My feet hurt me so much, I was praying for the parade to end. Thank God I have changed them at last. I can relax. Mr. Chairman, thank God for sneakers. Kadaria.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just a brief and very quick acknowledgement of the presence of 3 former Vice Presidents of the nation, Architect Namadi Sambo, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. But in the horseshoe, just because we have an audience that is not here, may I also welcome Senator George Akume, former Secretary General of the Federation, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and former, I do apologize. I told you that this was going to be a very difficult assignment, and that is my first mistake. Please note it down. May I also welcome the former President of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Ernest Bio Koroma. Thank you, sir. As well as Chief of Staff to the President, Right Honorable Femi Baja Biamila. Thank you. Kadaria Ahmed.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote address, help me welcome with a warm and loud Abuja round of applause our speaker, who is here today all the way from Ghana, His Excellency William Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the former President of Ghana. Welcome. Welcome, sir. It's lovely to see you. Welcome, sir.
Hi.
Elizabeth said to say hello.
Okay. This is what you want. Thank you. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have to begin by thanking General Ibrahim Babangida and the Board of Trustees of the IBB Presidential Library Foundation for the honor of the invitation to participate in this historic ceremony, outdooring General Babangida's long-awaited autobiography, and for the opportunity to speak at this event. I'm doubly honored to be present at this glittering assembly of Nigeria's who's who. The special guest of honor, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu Asiwaju, the current chair of ECOWAS, the sole survivor of ECOWAS's founding fathers and the victor of Nigeria's civil war, His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, the first president of Nigeria's Third Republic, His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo, the godfather of all of Africa's former presidents and chair of the occasion, His Excellency President Abdul Salami Abubakar, the successful mediator of the Liberian Peace Accord, with whom I was proud to have been associated as Ghana's then foreign minister in hammering out the peace accord, which has brought about 2 decades of peace in Liberia. And the third president of Nigeria's Third Republic, the president with the felicitous name and current ECOWAS mediator of the Malian transition, His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. I'm aware that there are many other outstanding Nigerians here, such as Vice Presidents Osibanjo, Atiku Abubakar, and others, as well as distinguished and celebrated entrepreneurs like Abdul Samad Rabiu and Aliko Dangote. I salute each one of you for the significant part you have played and continue to play in securing the stability and democratic development of Africa's greatest nation. The example of development in freedom that democratic Nigeria is providing to the continent is a compelling one, especially in this era of renewed turbulence in Africa. And I have to take also the opportunity to acknowledge the President of the former leader of the Republic of Sierra Leone, President Ernest Bai Koroma, who made important contributions to the development of ECOWAS during his tenure. Your Excellencies, I've had the privilege of reading the manuscript of A Journey in Service before the launch today. And I want to congratulate warmly General Babangida for giving us such a fascinating account of a critical time in the history of Nigeria. Luckily for all of us, even though it is quite a heavy book, it is an easy read, which should retain the interest not only of those of us who were alive during the times of the events recounted in the book, but also for those for whom it is very much history and folklore. As the General himself wrote in the very first sentence of the prologue, and I quote, "Over 3 decades have passed since the events described in the book," unquote. And I was ready to approach it as a history book in my frame of mind. There should not be many similarities, really, between the Nigeria of 1985 to 1992, with which the General grappled, and the Ghana of 2017 to 2025, where I have just finished being president after 2 successive terms. And even though 3 decades separate the 2 situations, it was interesting for me how often as I read the book, I came close to telling myself, plus ça change, plus ça reste la même chose. I lived through the years of regular coups d'etats and military rule around Africa, especially in our West African region. That did not make it any easier reading. The first-hand account of the man reputed to have been, and who admits to have been part of all previous government changes, and how he dealt with many coups d'etats that he faced while in charge. It is therefore reassuring that General Babangida can be so unambiguous in his support for democracy. He, after all, more than anyone, is best placed to pronounce on what some claim to be the advantages of military government, especially for developing nations in a hurry like us. He certainly demonstrates in his book that a military government indeed spends even more energy and resources on security considerations than an elected democratic one. Up till a few years ago, I would have said without any hesitation that after years of argument and experimentation, we have come to a consensus that multi-party democracy would be the most suitable form of governance structure for our continent, including West Africa. The regional grouping ECOWAS certainly thought that this consensus was accepted throughout its member states. And indeed, sanctions were spelled out for those countries that would succumb to military coups d'etats. I doubt that any of us was under any illusion that what we had all signed up to would be easy. But I was certain that all of us were ready to try to make it work. I feel a deep sense of disappointment. The military coups d'etats have come back in fashion in our region and are seen as the answer to the instability being spread from the Sahel by jihadist activity, and by some as the answer to difficult economic conditions or unpopular government policies. It would appear that we have our work cut out for us all over again to try to build and consolidate the democratic structures in our countries, to gain the confidence of our populations, especially to show that the road to prosperity will be faster and longer lasting when we are democratic. I'm not sure that back in 1985, when General Babangida became the leader of Nigeria, he and his colleagues had thought it out so clearly for themselves. But it would seem that somewhere along the line, or by the time it was over, as stated in the book, they had plans for a very brave new Nigeria. Permit me to quote him here, and forgive me for it is quite an extensive quote. There exists a world of difference between engineering a nation and ruling it. I never wished to rule Nigeria, and I never did it. My goal was to engineer it. The ultimate aim of engineering in the manner that we have attempted was precise. It was to chart a new course for a nation towards a new environment, consciously and carefully designed in anticipation of a future that can be understood, mastered, and managed. Engineering a nation is in reality in inventing the future. Everything has to be harnessed and focused. Human resources, material resources, and moral resources all must be brought into play. Over and above all, the nation's psychology must be redirected and refocused. That was the dream. The reality was a daily grind of trying to keep a country united and together, fighting off attempts at coup d'etats and violent disagreements about the terms of economic policies. If anyone needed reminding, this was the time that the International Monetary Fund got its reputation, or maybe we should say notoriety, for the terms that came with giving assistance to a country. This book reminds us that if a civilian constitutional government feels under constant threat of destabilization and having to spend far too much time and resources on security, a military government was under even more threat of insecurity. If the predictable problems of how to lift the bulk of the people from poverty and keep food prices down are overwhelming, they turn out to be far more tolerable when compared with the unpredictable things that hit a government in our part of the world. It is a difficult and exhausting process to come up with a plausible and workable foreign policy for an African country today. It was a bigger nightmare at the time described in A Journey in Service. Let us take our minds back, if we may, to the world in which General Ibrahim Babangida came to the leadership of Nigeria and the era of the two power blocs that operated and tried to dominate the world. In our part of the world, the Eastern Bloc, led by the Soviet Union and its ideological adherents, appropriated, quote, the progressive, unquote, tag, and tried to win hearts and minds and convince governments and populations that the nation stood a better chance of rapid development by following the socialist path. Then there was the capitalist Western Bloc, led by America and its ideological advocates. They looked and felt more prosperous, and even though they carried the baggage of former colonial masters, they were more easily attractive to many segments of the population because people felt more comfortable as they were a known entity. The Eastern Bloc remained a largely unknown entity, where experts specialized in advising governments in Africa and other parts of the world how to interpret the distance between the ministers lined up on the days at an event in Moscow Square. A speech by a Nigerian leader on any subject will be carefully examined to make sure that there's nothing in it that might give the impression the country was leaning more to Washington. The only certainty for a self-respecting and self-confident African country was to take a strong anti-apartheid stance, which Nigeria had been doing since Murtala Mohammed's time in the mid-1970s, making a mark in the struggle towards the independence of the Portuguese colonies and Rhodesia. Today, it sounds almost romantic to hear people talking about the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Empire. But if you were running a developing country at the time and suddenly had to maneuver through a world changing by the minute and sweeping all certainties away, you would not see the romance in the events, at least not at the time, when all our technocrats and advisors had suddenly had to find their way through the new realities that were emergent. Ladies and gentlemen, I was not president during those tumultuous times, but let me give you a recent example of the unpredictable turning of the fortunes of a government around completely. At the beginning of every year, the President of the Republic of Ghana, like many of his peers in other parts of the world, is obliged to present a statement to Parliament detailing the state of the nation. This statement invariably involves giving an accounting of how all aspects of life in the country are faring, and a detailed report on the various sectors of the economy. I'm taking us back to the beginning of the year 2020, which was the last year of my first term in office. When I got the first draft of the speech to be delivered to Parliament, the working title my staff came up with was "A Nation in Rude Health." Let me assure you that these were not people who dealt in trivialities. They were not boasting. They were not tempting fate. A nation in rude health was a fair assessment of what things looked like in Ghana and the state of affairs at the beginning of the year 2020. All our economic indicators were pointing in the right direction. The Ghanaian people were full of optimism and had largely taken on board my Ghana Beyond Aid policy. It was a confident and good-humored president that delivered this message on the state of the nation that February day in Parliament. Within a matter of weeks from when this speech was delivered, a new word, COVID-19, entered our vocabulary, and the world was brought to a thundering halt by a virus. I do not think I need to go into the details of the daily updates of the casualties around the world and the projections about how the streets of African cities will be littered with dead bodies. But I would remind all of us that the lessons, both immediate and long-term, that emerged from the COVID-19 crisis were harsh. The first was what we had always known, but are often lulled into thinking could be different, which is that there is no such thing as charity in international relations. Nobody is going to give you vaccines until their own needs have been fully satisfied. African countries therefore need to cooperate with each other and not count on aid from the international community. That is why Senegal, Nigeria, South Africa, Rwanda, Ghana, and others have taken on the responsibility of manufacturing their own vaccines. The second was to admit the urgency of the infrastructure deficit in our countries, especially in the health sector, as was exposed by the pandemic. We seized the opportunity to embark on a massive hospitals and other health facilities construction program. In Ghana, we have embarked on what is commonly known as Agenda 111, a bold initiative which seeks to establish hospitals and facilities in all 261 districts in the country. While the pandemic was active, We concentrated on saving lives and tried to manage the pressures on the economy triggered by the pandemic as best as we could. But by the time the All Government Task Force I set up to manage the crisis stopped meeting, having completed its work, the buoyant economy we were touting at the beginning of 2020 was on its knees. We had to accept that in spite of the obvious advances we had made in the management of the economy in the first 3 years, we had not achieved the resilience needed to withstand the shock of the unprecedented global economic meltdown. We faced a major economic crisis, and with the world's capital markets close to us, we ended up going to the IMF, not an easy decision to make. The economic difficulties brought people onto the streets, and I will say that even though the demonstrations were not exactly on the scale of the SAP riots that are recalled and described in the book, they were serious enough to feed into the growing disaffection against the government. Fortunately for me, the extent of that disaffection was not sufficiently widespread within the year to deny me victory in the presidential election of December 2020, even though my margin of victory against the former and now current President John Mahama dropped from 1 million votes in 2016 to 500,000 in 2020. This leads me to the general question of how we deal with disaffection against government without infringing on the rights to freedoms. It would be a strange government that would not have its share of disaffection, and especially in a multi-party democracy, it is to be expected that there would be opposition to the government and organized means to create disaffection. In our current state of development, there are difficult decisions that need to be made to enable us make the economic transformation that we require. Almost 40 years ago, General Babangida was grappling with such problems, and today, Nigerian and Ghanaian leaders face the same problems. Nobody seems to have come up with a mechanism for making such difficult decisions and not upsetting the people whose support is required to be able to make critical changes. I do believe most sincerely, though, that the mechanism should err on the side of greater, not lesser freedom. Because like Thomas Jefferson and J.B. Danforth, the founder of Ghana's liberal democratic tradition, I hold that enlarging the liberty of the individual within the rule of law has to be the true goal of public policy. Considering the breadth of the subjects and period of time covered in this book, I have no doubt that all of us who read it would have our favorite moments and maybe our disappointments or unanswered questions. I would gladly state that I am as confused about what is euphemistically called the June 12th saga today as I was 33 years ago. I'm in awe of the unarmed young Colonel Babangida as he walks up to the coup maker, Lieutenant Colonel Dimka, at Radio House in Ikoyi to talk him out of his doomed venture. I pointed out at the beginning of my speech that the general himself had said that it had taken more than 3 decades for him finally to bring out this book of his memoirs. According to an interview he granted Tell magazine back in 1995, which is reproduced as Appendix 2, the general told the magazine he was, quote, already working on the memoirs. I am not trying to build up defenses for whenever my memoirs would emerge. At almost 81 years, I obviously do not have 30 years to weigh up how I tell my story before I publish my memoirs. My story would obviously not have heart-stopping narratives of coming under enemy fire and being evacuated with shrapnel somewhere in my body. But my first term as president did coincide with the certain President Trump's first term. Now that he's back in the White House and engineering another new world, maybe I'd have a bigger impetus to bring out my book quickly before the world is completely redrawn. There are three more matters of moment that I have to comment on briefly before I take my seat. The first relates to the spirited defense, as I choose to define it, of military intervention and governance that is given in the book, even though ultimately the author is resolute in his support of democratic government. The issue remains the same. Who confers legitimacy on government? Is it an enlightened elite, be it military, political, economic, or otherwise? Or is it the mass of ordinary people expressing their will freely through accepted procedures? It is the answer to these questions that prompted the greatest of British prime ministers, Winston Spencer Churchill, to say that, and I quote, "Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others," unquote. I'm happy, as I leave active politics in my country, that the Ghanaian people appear to have imbibed deeply democratic values and a democratic culture, to the extent that in the 33-year existence of Ghana's Fourth Republic, we have witnessed 4 peaceful transfers of power from one party to another through the ballot box in conditions that have not threatened the stability or unity of the state. It is a most comforting conclusion for someone who has devoted his life and energies to the advancement and entrenchment of democracy in his country. Even though the last such transfer over a month ago, on 7th January 2025, was consequent upon a disastrous electoral performance by my party, then the ruling party, which led its presidential candidate to concede defeat even before the end of the formal collation and declaration of results. The silver lining in the party's dark clouds was that the vote was clearly the expression of the sovereign will of the Ghanaian people. May such expressions long continue. The second emanates from one of the most complex considerations confronting the development of the continent. The accumulation of capital, which enabled the Industrial Revolution to take place in the economies of the world, as well as several of those in the East, occurred before universal adult suffrage was obtained in their countries. The Industrial Revolution in virtually all the countries of the world, of the West, United States, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and the others, preceded the achievement of universal adult suffrage. Indeed, women got the vote in the 20th century, long after the Industrial Revolution, just as blacks got the vote in the United States barely 60 years ago. Our situation is different, even uniquely so. The democracies of Africa are attempting the structural transformation of their economies in conditions of governance that are underpinned by universal adult suffrage. It poses obvious problems in the social, political, economic, and moral spheres that to some extent explain the incoherences and tensions that characterize our present state of development. Our generation is required to find the tools that will enable us to resolve these incoherences and tensions. Finally, I cannot forego the chance of this prestigious platform to mount an important hobby horse of mine, and that is the appeal I've made before in this great country to the political and economic elite of the Federal Republic to take aggressively the leadership of West Africa and Africa's efforts to unite our nations and economies. Developments in the world indicate clearly the nature of the concentrations that are emerging in Europe, Asia, and the Americas in order to fortify and expand the possibilities of power and wealth available to them. We in Africa cannot afford to be left out of such a process. And for our prospects of effective integration to materialize, the Federal Republic of Nigeria has to assume her historic responsibilities and lead our development towards an integrated democratic West Africa and Africa. That evolution cannot succeed without you, but you will be its greatest beneficiary. I'm aware that, like all the rest of us, you have significant problems of your own which require urgent attention. However, history cannot and does not wait. Means have to be devised which will enable us all to address with efficacy our contemporary challenges. You should know that in this march forward, you will have in Ghana a faithful ally and steadfast partner. In conclusion, I want to thank once again the Board of Trustees of the IDB Presidential Foundation and that most extraordinary of military statesmen, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, for their generous invitation. I wish him continued long life after such a distinguished and illustrious contribution to the development of his native Nigeria. Long live Ghana, long live Nigeria, and long live Nigeria-Ghana friendship.
Another round of applause, please, for His Excellency William Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the former President of Ghana. Raised quite a number of pertinent issues. The one that stood out for me on the issue of how we deal with disaffection with government, particularly as we have not come up with a mechanism that allows governments to do painful reforms without offending people. So that's the challenge, how to find out how to do painful reforms without getting your public upset. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for being here. And we're going to move swiftly on to the next set of programs, which are the goodwill messages. We'll be needing mics on the floor because some of the people that will be speaking will be speaking from their chairs. Yinka, please take over. Thank you.
Yep. Two. Mr. President. Mr. President, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I ask, before we do the goodwill messages, for you to give a warm welcome to those who have looked after our President, Ibrahim Babangida, so well over the years, his children, who are here today. Aisha, Mohammed, Halima, and Aminu is not present, but I know that he's watching online. Thank you. For the reasons of time, we're going to ask our goodwill messages from our distinguished former presidents to take place from where they are seated, and I will take the microphone to them. President Muhammad Buhari is not present. He is represented today and had already sent a very warm message to President Ibrahim Babangida explaining his inability to be present. He is represented today by Muazu Jaji Sambo, former Minister of Transportation. He's here. He will be making a goodwill message. Please, I ask you to welcome him warmly. General Dr. Yakubu Gawanta, may I approach you with the microphone to say a brief few words. Thank you.
Mr. President, my colleagues, former heads of state, President Addo, ladies and gentlemen, General Ibrahim Babangida, I hope I'm part of those who interested you to join the army early 60s. When I visited your school to interest your school to see if you can join the army. And your headmaster at that time, or head of school at that time, was one famous teacher called Mr. Onemole. And I think there are about 10 of you who in the end decided to join the army. I think, am I right? About 10 of you? And I think 15, my goodness. And at least I know 10 of you later joined the army or the Air Force or whatever it is. And of course, years later, am I right to say that General Abdul Salam was also part of you? So there you are. Those 10 made, and those 15 of you, 10 of you made it in the end. And I feel, that I interested you in the army. You joined the army and you served very, very well. You served very, very well. And it got to the stage whereby at the end of the war, my youngest brother, late Isaiah, came and told me about this, his commander. Very good leader, very good commander, very courageous, brave, and that he was really unexceptional. He spoke well of you. It made me feel, well, this is certainly a young man that I would like to come, to work with me. And I thought, yes, I will probably make him my ADC. Well, that was, if I'm in the hope. That event happened, and I was given my marching orders out of Godam Barracks. Yes, but this young officer went on later on. I don't know whether he was part of those who gave me the marching order. But, he didn't just become, an ADC. He became, a head of state as well, a boss of bosses. And honestly, and I know the amount of work you have done. And over the years, various events happened, and I learned that you are the one who made sure that Dimka either escaped rather than be arrested. And of course, yes, the accusation of me being infaming being the one who encouraged Dimka to do that, me, who had been trying all the time to make sure that other coups do not take place in Nigeria, and made sure that our army remained very loyal to the government of the day, and that was how I started trying to deal with the coup and to ensure that the government of the day continues. Unfortunately, that did not happen until the civilian government at the time, the government of the time decided that yes, let the military take over until they can restore loyalty and discipline. And for that reason, what I had wanted to do, that if a coup ever took place in Nigeria, I hope the loyal ones of us will deal with the situation and return the status quo. That meant return the government. And when we were able to really deal with that particular coup, yes, what happened, was that yes, the powers was given to Iranzi, and he told me this is what has happened. And I had to just say to him, well, if this is the case, you have my double loyalty, as as my GOC and president, now president or commander-in-chief. I see, I can see no count is being done. But yes, that happened. And so that was how the military government in Nigeria came into being. The attempt by the first group did not, was not, complete. So, it was not. It was a military government that was forced on the, on the military. But let me say this, General Babangida. Yes, I had, a very rough, time. I was even charged for treason, isn't it? I was charged for treason. You believe that? But however, such a false thing, I certainly didn't believe that such a thing could happen. But however, later on, President Shagari rescinded that order, and you, in the end, made sure that yes, you in the end restored my rank, restored my honor, etc. And you did quite a lot for the country, even though you even selected me to be the presidential candidate for NRC, wasn't it? But I can assure you, when it went to the voting, I didn't pass beyond, the ward level, the ward level, just to prove to you that yes, the people do not want military leaders as as the head. But you reinstated me. You really made sure, and you continue to do well, for which I congratulate you. Everyone congratulates you and wish you well for the future.
Thank you very much. Former President General Yakubu Gowon was one of our most amiable and loving presidents. Representing General Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, is Muazu Jaji Sambo, former Minister of Transportation. a very brief goodwill message from our former president. Big round of applause, please, for him. Welcome.
President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, not forgetting our royal fathers, I bring good tidings from President Muhammadu Buhari, who has asked me to inform General Ibrahim Babangida of his regrets at not being able to be here today physically. This was due to an engagement he committed himself to prior to the receipt of General Ibrahim Babangida's letter. He has, however, asked me to send his warm wishes and to pray that this event will be successfully conducted to the glory of God and will mark indeed a watershed in the life of our popular IBB. I don't have his mandate, sir, to call you by that name that he calls you by, so I will stop at my father, General Ibrahim Babangida. We pray for your good health, long life, and satisfaction, and hoping that you will, sir, continue to provide services in terms of advice to the leaders of this country, both for those who are on seat today and for the upcoming ones in the years ahead. We wish you a very, very long life and a happy celebration, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Muazu Jaji Sambo, former Minister of Transportation, for that very warm message from General Muhammad Buhari, GCFR. General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR, is to my right. The microphone goes to him for his goodwill message. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President Bola Tinubu, thank you very much for attending my brother's autobiography. Your Excellencies, former President, President Kroma, President Nanadu, our distinguished royal fathers, ladies and gentlemen. Where do I start, Ibrahim? Certainly, my relationship with Ibrahim, forgive me for calling him Ibrahim, has gone a long way, over 80 years. I think the popular argument was, who is older? But now I think it has been settled. About you, you are older. Your Excellencies, I want to thank you for honoring my brother, my friend, my prefect, my head boy, my commander-in-chief, all rolled in one. I think I want to thank Your Excellency Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida for putting down your memo. I think it will go a long way in enriching the history of this country. Congratulations. Let me, Mr. President, with your permission, go back memory lane. When we were growing up in the little town of Mina, that is about 80 years ago. It might interest you, Mr. President, and all the distinguished guests here, As far back as 1952, a soothsayer told us that Ibrahim is going to be the head of state of this country. We never believed him, because when me and him joined the military, courtesy then Captain Gawan, a young dashing officer, very smart officer, who came to lure us to join the military. When we joined the army, all we were hoping was to get to the reach of a captain and then retire. But God in his mercy has propelled us to become generals, and by his grace, both of us became head of state of this country. Ibrahim, I want to thank you again for the friendship, brotherhood, and all that. No moment goes by when we remember our escapades without bringing smiles to our faces. May this smile continue during our twilight as we continue serving our residential responsibility to this nation. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much. General Abu Salami Abubakar, GCFR, firmly now known as the junior brother to President Ibrahim Babangida. Mr. President, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, sir, for your goodwill message.
Thank you so much. Mr. President, thank you for coming to personally preside over this ceremony. His Excellency, our leader, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, and President Babangida that brought us here, thank you for today's ceremony. And let me appreciate Abdul Salami Abubakar and the wife. And let me appreciate the keynote speaker, the immediate past president of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you for being here. And our good friend, Ernest Bai Koroma, the immediate past president of Sierra Leone. And let me appreciate the three vice presidents are here with us, a very senior Nigerians serving in government and have served before, the captains of industry. I don't want to take too much of your time. Today is a special day, and some of you will be surprised why I should stand up. You know, in the committee of the president, I am the most junior. So I'm only waiting when President Tinubu will finish serving. So that when we go for a Council of State meeting, I'll get somebody that would sit by my left. So thank you. Today is a great day, and I wouldn't take much of your time. President Babangida brought us today to celebrate his history of service in the launch of a book, A Journey in Service, and also to launch his presidential library. These are two noble things. We've not read the book, so just like in those days when they were selling drink, they say liquid content only. So we can talk about the bottle, not the liquid content. So Ibrahim Babangida, we all know, has been one of the most charismatic leaders in this country. Is somebody that up to date, people go as if they are going on pilgrimage to consult him. We thank God for giving you that grace and the wisdom to continue to mentor people. In terms of your leadership, Nigerians know you contributed significantly in terms of the infrastructural development of this country and the social mobilization. We cannot write the history of Nigeria without dedicating a reasonable part to your service as the President of Nigeria. You've done well. And of course, we are launching his memoir today. It's a significant document. The keynote speaker mentioned that, so I don't need to overemphasize. Every president makes history. And other key historical factors make history, but they don't contribute to the documentation. And if you contribute to the documentation of the history, it makes your history stronger, more relevant, and more factual. I also hope that one day I will do my own. But I'm waiting for my seniors that are here before I will think about my own. So today you are helping us, and somehow the concept of presidential library comes from the United States system. When I left office, the first 6 months, I toured America and I visited most of the presidential libraries there. And the presidential libraries are taken as federal government assets. So, Mr. President, you need to set up a department in the Secretary of Government Office. The American government helped because they are source of history. If any scholar wants to know what happened at a segment of history, he goes to these presidential libraries. So the American government helped in the management of the presidential library. That's why all American presidents have presidential libraries, which I visited quite a number of them. And I'm happy that in Nigeria today, we are launching the second one. Obasanjo has built his own, and now President Babangida is launching his own. We will all be going there from time to time to read about the history of Nigeria. So thank you. Then, so it is key, the significance of the memoir, tell our history. The presidential library is a custodian of this history. And we plead that those of us who are here and are not yet here, that who are have some little advantage of the size of the pocket, should generously contribute to the development of this library. It's not just about Ibrahim Babangida, but it's about Nigeria, about West Africa, and about Africa. And thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, the junior boy, by his own admission, at Council of State meetings. Thank you, sir. Mr. President, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Kadaria Ahmed.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our book reviewer today hardly needs an introduction. He's a widely recognized and deeply respected scholar, advocate, public intellectual, orator, pastor, and a climate justice champion. However, what many may not realize is his warm fatherly side. In recent weeks, he has embraced his role as an active grandfather, celebrating the arrival of his second grandchild. And yes, you're allowed to clap. Thank you. But his paternal care extends far beyond his biological family. He's also a father figure to thousands of Nigerian children, transforming lives through his free school initiatives. I personally can testify that from Ikota and Makoko to Maiduguri, Sokoto, Kano, and beyond, numerous orphans and underprivileged children across the country receive fully funded education thanks to his efforts. Please put your hands together and help me welcome His Excellency, Nigeria's former Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, SAN, GCON.
Thank you very much, Kadaria. Mr. President, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the chair of this occasion, former President Olusegun Obasanjo. I'm trying to locate him. Former President Abdul Salam Abubakar and her ladyship, Honorable Justice Fatih Abubakar. Former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Former President of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Bai Koroma. The immediate past President of Ghana and our keynote speaker, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Vice President Amadi Sambo. The author and celebrant of this event, former President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. Your Excellencies, present and former governors, Your Royal Highnesses, traditional rulers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Babangida, A Journey in Service, is an important book. First, it is not just a story of the remarkable journey of former President Ibrahim Babangida from childhood to the highest levels of public service. It is the story or stories of a journey of a nation, our nation, Nigeria. It is the Nigerian story, complex, sometimes unpredictable, sometimes stranger than fiction, but always fascinating. Many of the key figures in this book and who shaped the history of our country are here with us today. And that tells another story all by itself. And that is something truly unique about Nigeria. Our ability to move beyond the past, no matter how bitter, and no matter how adversarial our past relationships may have been, and to still come together. So seated amongst us here today is General Yakubu Gowon, who became Nigeria's head of state at the age of 32 and led the country for 9 years. His government was overthrown in 1975 by a coup involving the then Brigadier Olusegun Obasanjo and the then Brigadier Theophilus Danjuma, and the author himself, I confirm, the then Lieutenant Colonel Babangida, who was then commander of the newly formed Armored Corps. Also involved in that coup were the then Lieutenant Colonels Muhammadu Buhari, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Bello, who is here also, and Lieutenant Colonel Sani Sami. Yet, here we are today with former President Obasanjo, General Danjuma, and of course the author himself, present, not as adversaries of the author, but as witnesses to history, celebrating a fellow statesman. In a striking turn of fate, the author notes that it was President Obasanjo who, after the tragic assassination of General Murtala Mohammed, insisted that a young Lieutenant Colonel Babangida be appointed to the Supreme Military Council, making him its youngest member at the time. Also represented here is the immediate past president, Muhammadu Buhari, another leader whose path intertwined with Babangida. It was former President Babangida who played a key role in the coup that brought President Buhari to power in 1983, and later in another coup that removed him and brought Babangida himself into power. Yet today, President Buhari is represented at this occasion, celebrating the man who overthrew him and detained him for 3.5 years, his one-time old adversary, former President Babangida. And then, of course, there's a gentleman here who was an elected senator in 1992 in the course of Babangida's transition program. When Babangida annulled the 1993 election and General Abacha took over and dissolved the Senate, that senator tried to reconstitute the Senate in resistance to the dissolution. He was detained, charged to court. He escaped into exile. Today, he is also here to celebrate with his former tormentors. But as President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The third reason why this 420-page book is important is because it unveils one of the most enigmatic leaders that Nigeria has ever had. A man who some called Maradona, others described as the evil genius, bearing his mind, in his own words, in writing for the first time since he left office 32 years ago. In this compelling account, he tells of his early life in Minna, his parents, his siblings, his primary school, Gwari Native Authority Primary School, how he became an orphan at the age of 14, and at age 16, entering the provincial secondary school Bida, the school which later became known as the Government College Bida. His class, the class of 1957 to 1962, which, as you have heard, produced 2 Nigerian presidents, 4 state governors, a former Chief Justice of the Federation, several federal ministers. His classmates, former President Abdul Salami Abubakar, Sani Sami, Sani Bello, Garba Duba, Gado Nasco, Abdul Mumuni Keki Manga, Muhammad Maman Magoro, Paul Babale, and Maman Vatsa, who joined the class in their 3rd year. Babangida reveals his nickname. That's the nice one, the nice nickname to readers. He was called the Blockbuster for his sporting exploits. But Gado Nasco and Ismaila Ahmed coined a nastier nickname for him. That nickname was Kulele. Kulele meaning because of his stocky physique. And the author notes jokingly in the book, I never forgave them for this. Babangida became the head boy of the school in his final year. Then he tells the story of how he changed his name from birth, which was Ibrahim Badamasi, to Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. He recalls that during official engagements, officers confused his name, Badamasi, with the Yoruba name Badamosi, and many repeatedly asked him whether he was Yoruba. That question had also come up a few years before during his enlisting interview for the military. He says, to eliminate any confusion, I quote him, I decided to take on my father's other name, Babangida, as my last name. He tells a story of how he became interested in the military. A certain teacher, Pa Onimole, who as a 24-year-old had taken up a voluntary 3-month leave of absence from his teaching job at the King's College in 1930 to help set up and popularize science education in northern Nigeria, and who ended up spending his entire teaching career in the north. By the time he died at 78 in 1984, Pa Onimole had taught and mentioned several generations of students in northern Nigeria, including General Yakubu Gowon and the author. But more than just laying a sound science foundation, writes the author, Pa Onimole was the first to get many of us interested in a career in the military. Shortly after independence in 1960, Pa Onimole invited his former student, Captain Yakubu Gowon, to give us a career talk on the military. Captain Gowon, handsome and smart-looking, in his properly starched army officer's uniform, spoke to us brilliantly in his now familiar shrill voice on the benefits of military career. His career talk left a mark that stayed with most of us, and several of us joined the military. However, in a remarkable twist of fate, Several years later, Yakubu Gowon became head of state. He was deposed in a coup in which the author participated, as you've heard. And while living in England, Yakubu Gowon was implicated unjustly, according to the author, by Dimka, who had led a failed coup. The Supreme Military Council then decided to strip General Yakubu Gowon of his rank as a 4-star general and dismissed him from the army. The author writes, and I quote him, "Although I was a member of the Supreme Military Council that made that painful decision on General Gowon, I am happy that as president, I restored his benefits and full rights in 1986 as a distinguished general of the Nigerian Army." End of quote. The author also tells the story of his combat experience during the Civil War. His favorite commanders were General Wushishi and General Danjuma. The most unfortunate aspect of the war experience for him was that it brought him into combat confrontation with some officers from the Biafran side, with whom he had trained as a cadet, who now had to fight on the Biafran side. Interestingly, a good number of them who survived remained his friends after the war and long afterwards. But perhaps the most unforgettable experience of the Civil War for him was the injury that nearly killed him. In the course of a firefight in Uzuakoli, Umahia, he was hit by shrapnel that eventually was lodged in his chest. And he tells of how he was evacuated to the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Idiaraba. And while he was in hospital recovering from his injuries, on Saturday, April 19, 1969, he watched on television in the common room of the hospital as the then head of state and commander-in-chief, General Yakubu Gowon, married his beautiful black beauty, the then Victoria Zakari. There and then, he made up his mind to get married. And he already knew who he wanted to marry. And he went looking for her as soon as he left the hospital. She was also a black beauty, the then Maria Okogo. He met her through his childhood friend and her cousin, Gaba Duba, and she lived with her uncle, Gaba Duba's father. When he proposed to her, she turned him down because of his reputation as a playboy. But she later agreed after her uncle put a word in for him, and she became Mariam Babangida. The author devotes a whole chapter to her remarkable life and times as a devoted wife, mother of his children, generous hostess, and the First Lady of Nigeria, who redefined the office of First Lady and went on to engage in some of the most consequential social investment programs of that period, including the Better Life for Rural Women program. The author also gives his own account of his much talked about dramatic encounter with Dimka, the leader of the coup that led to the assassination of the then head of state, General Murtala Mohammed. He recalls that Dimka was holed up at the broadcasting station immediately after the assassination of the then head of state, General Murtala Mohammed. The author relates how, not knowing that there had been a coup attempt, he arrived for a meeting with General Akinriyade at the army headquarters. And as he sauntered into the top floor of the building, the general shouted at him, "Ibrahim, where the hell have you been? We've been looking for you. You must now go and see TY immediately." Convinced I was being sought after, and I'm quoting him now, because of our ongoing meeting on the Army's reorganization, I looked at my wristwatch and told the general, I'm still on time. It's not even 9 a.m. yet. And General Akinriyade shouted back at me, "Who's talking of a meeting? Haven't you heard what has happened? The head of state has just been assassinated. And Major Dimka has made a broadcast claiming to have taken over." He then went to General Danjuma's office, and the author writes that General Danjuma's instructions to me when I met with him were unambiguous. Go to the radio house and flush Dimka out of that place immediately. When he got to the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation radio house at Ikoyi in an armored column, we noticed that Dimka's men surrounded the place, primarily young officers who were part of the plot, including his ADC, Second Lieutenant Samuel Gaba. As I got down from my armored vehicle, unarmed, and approached the building, Dimka's ADC, Gaba, attempted to stop me. By now, Dimka had spotted me from the story building, and he screamed, "Ibrahim, I'm going to shoot you." I shouted back, "Well, that's okay. If you shoot me, you know my family. You'll take care of them. They'll become your responsibility. I have no problem. It would be nice to die in the hands of a friend." After a pause, Dimka soberly replied, "Come upstairs, come upstairs." And Dimka was indeed a close friend, one of the groomsmen at my wedding to Mariam in Kaduna in 1969. When I got upstairs, I could tell from his breath that he had had a lot to drink. The stench of alcohol around him and his boys was pungent. Then suddenly his ADC, also visibly drunk, nervously showed up and suggested that Dimka take me hostage and use me as a bargaining chip with the government. Dimka angrily screamed at Gaba and chased him out. Once Gaba scampered out, Dimka and I settled for a frank discussion. In doing so, I reminded him of the need to keep things under control, avoid flaring tempers in the circumstances we had found ourselves in. First, he wanted to know if I had come to trick him into some form of surrender. When I convinced him that was not my mission, he calmed down and listened. He said he wanted a change of government. He even attempted to persuade me to join in the attempt. But even as he made that intolerable request of me, it was apparent from his body language that he knew that the game was up. Then his tone started to change. Could I guarantee his safety? Could I negotiate a written amnesty for him and all his co-plotters? Again, as I had done earlier, I pleaded with him to give himself up and avoid any form of conflagration that could kill civilians and soldiers. That chit-chat went on for some time, and I appeared not to be making a headway. But I left him with a promise to return later. I returned to brief General Danjuma on my encounter. Danjuma was furious. He ordered me back to the radio house with a reiteration of his earlier instructions: flush Dimka out of that place immediately. I returned to radio house with Chris Ugokwe, better equipped and prepared. I'll leave you to read what happened next. Buy the book. But the reasons why this autobiography is long, and is long awaited, beg your pardon, is more because of the innumerable controversies that were spurned in the Babangida era. Babangida himself described these events, and I quote, "the events that shook the administration to its foundations under our watch," end of quote. These include the death of Dele Giwa, the killing by a letter bomb of the charismatic journalist and publisher of Newswatch, a weekly political news magazine, in his home on October the 19th, 1986. The Vatsa coup, a coup that implicated one of his closest childhood friends, and the decision of the Supreme Military Council to execute him. The Gideon Oka coup, a coup that took the life of his ADC, and nearly took his own life and that of his wife, and how they escaped the coupists, and how the coup was foiled by the then Chief of Army Staff, General Sani Abacha. The OIC palaver, the controversy as to whether the government had surreptitiously taken Nigeria into membership of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC. The 1989 SAP riots, the deadly riots over the harsh economic effects of the government's structural adjustment policy. The C-130 air crash on September 26, 1992. The crash of the Nigeria Air Force Lockheed C-130 transporter aircraft in the swamps of off the Lagos coast, barely 3 minutes after taking off from the Ikeja airport, killing a total of 159 officers, including the crew and 9 foreigners. The crash wiped out some of the brightest and best middle cadre officers of the time. And there was the allegation that the government masterminded the crash to stave off a coup against the administration, especially since the failure of the Oka coup. Then there is a full chapter devoted to the transition to military rule and the June 12 saga. June 12 was a decision with cataclysmic consequences. It was the annulment of what had been said to be the freest and fairest elections in Nigeria's history. The annulment led to a military interregnum that was considered one of the most vicious in Nigeria's history. The eventual death of the acclaimed winner of the election and his wife. The author deals with all these issues and for the first time answers these questions fully. For example, he tells us for the first time who annulled the June 12th election. Of course, I will not disclose that to you. You would have to buy the book to find out. He puts the facts out there. He gives his own reasons for the actions that he took, and he admits where he believes he was wrong. He also answers the question whether Abiola actually won the June 12th elections. And I quote him, "Although I am on record to have stated after the elections that Abiola may not have won the elections, upon deeper reflection and a closer examination of all available facts, particularly the detailed election results, which are published as an appendix to this book, there was no doubt that MKO Abiola won the June 12th elections. Upon closer examination of the original collated figures from the 110 polling booths nationwide, it was clear that he satisfied the two main constitutional requirements for winning the presidential elections, mainly majority votes and geographical spread. Having obtained 8,128,720 votes against Tofa's 5,848,247 votes, and securing the mandatory 1/3 of the votes cast in 28 states of the Federation, including Abuja. I am gratified that the Buhari administration finally recognized him as a former head of state of Nigeria." End of quote. He concludes in the book, and I quote him, "Looking back now, the June 12th saga was undeniably the most challenging moment of my life, and in certain respects, one of the most painful." And he went on to admit, "If I had to do it all over again, I will do it differently." End of quote. I'll certainly not go into all the details of what he said on these issues, otherwise there'll be no point. You're buying the book. I urge you to read the book and then make up your own mind whether you agree or disagree. I'm glad that he has laid several years of controversy to rest by speaking his own truth. Let me conclude, Mr. Chairman, by saying that by any standards, Babangida's Journey of Service is an extraordinary book. It's a collection of stories from a life deeply intertwined with Nigeria's contemporary history, told with remarkable wit, insight, and a vivid sense of place. Babangida's storytelling ability is undeniable. He draws the reader into each moment, making history feel immediate and alive. His prose flows effortlessly from one era to another, from one pivotal event to the next, in a way that is both engaging and easy to read. He's generous in his praise of others, acknowledging the contributions of many along the way. Yet despite the richness of his narrative, this book, of course, will not silence the debates or end the controversies surrounding his years in power, especially the final chapter of his leadership. The questions will persist. Criticisms will probably continue. But that has always been the nature of Babangida, of the Babangida phenomenon. He remains, as ever, a force of history. This is a book that we must all read, Babangida in his own words. Thank you very much for listening.
sure that all our appetites are now whet from that engaging review of that book. I'm certainly looking forward to reading it. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the person who is responsible for the design of the IBB Library and Events Center is His Excellency, the former Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Architect Nnamdi Sambo, GCON, who is here with us today. Excellency, welcome. He is the founder and chairman of Kaplan Associates Limited and designed the library and event center on the occasion of President Babangida's 80th birthday. For a few more details, and we promise this will not take too long, for a few more details on this project, please help me welcome Architect Ayo Adesheun, who is the associate partner or managing partner of Kaplan Associates.
Mr. President, Your Excellency, sirs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit us to stand on the existing protocol. With the approval of our founder and chairman, Architect Mohammed Nnamdi Sambo, GCON, former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we at Kaplan Associates Limited are here to present a proposal on the IBB Presidential Library to be located in Niger, in Minna, Niger State. We are highly honored to be given this singular opportunity to be the consultant to this very historic project. The library, dedicated to the works and ideals of President Babangida, is proposed to be a virtual center of history, information, knowledge, and thoughts so as to preserve tomorrow. We have prepared a presentation video to show the preliminary architectural design proposal, and we invite you to watch the presentation. Thank you, Your Excellencies. The presentation, please.
Welcome to the presentation of the proposed IBB Presidential Library, Niger State, Nigeria. A visionary project designed to preserve history, knowledge, and thought for generations to come. At the helm of this monumental initiative is Kaplan Associates Limited, a distinguished firm of indigenous professionals, of architects, engineers, and planners. Established since 1983 by Architect Mohammed Nnamdi Sambo, GCON, former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. With expertise spanning architecture, engineering design, urban renewal, and project management, Kaplan Associates is honored to serve as the consultant for this historic endeavor. This project stands as a landmark initiative in Minna, Niger State, Nigeria. The IBB Presidential Library, Minna, Niger State, Nigeria, is dedicated to the life, work, and ideals of President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. The library draws inspiration from his book, A Journey in Service. This project is envisioned as a vital center of history, information, knowledge, and thought to preserve tomorrow. The vision and objectives. The IBB Presidential Library is not just a repository of books. It is a hub of information, knowledge, and thought designed to safeguard history while inspiring future generations. The objectives of this proposal is to create a sustainable and aesthetically pleasing complex that fosters national unity through historical materials, research, and cultural engagement. The design concept. The library complex is meticulously planned to include key facilities that caters to a wide range of scholarly, cultural, and administrative needs. Among these are a library and artifact center, housing administrative offices, a public library, and an archival hub to preserve historical documents and artistic collections. Museums dedicated to documenting two pivotal eras, the transition from colonial rule to independence and the subsequent journey through the Nigerian Civil War. An educational facility featuring research centers, audiovisual resources, and cultural programs to engage students and scholars alike. An exhibition gallery showcasing historical materials, artworks, and national heritage. A conference and banquet hall designed to accommodate between 750 to 1,000 guests for various events and functions. A memorial plaza honoring the legacy of former First Lady, Her Excellency, Mrs. Mariam Babangida, with dedicated spaces for reflection and remembrance. Beyond its academic and historical significance, the complex extends its impact through Better Life for Women Center, offering vocational training programs to support skill development and economic independence. A digital space hub, providing a 21st century workspace experience equipped with modern technology. Residential accommodations, including a 100-key hotel, a presidential lodge for visiting dignitaries, and staff housing for intermediate and junior personnel. The site and master plan. The chosen site spans approximately 5.81 hectares along IBB Road in Minna, Niger State, Nigeria. A well-structured layout ensures seamless accessibility with a direct inlet road leading to the Presidential Library building. The Memorial Plaza is positioned to the left, while the Conference Hall, Better Life for Women Center, and residential accommodations are situated to the right. Architectural and structural overview. The library and museum building. The proposed structure will stand at 4 floors. The ground floor features a spacious foyer with vertical circulation points via lifts and staircases. It houses a 350-seater auditorium, a museum, offices, a gift shop, a VIP lounge, a seminar room, and visitor conveniences. The first floor includes additional seminar rooms, a second museum space, and a large exhibition area. The second floor is home to the public library and the digital space hub, creating an environment for research and modern learning. The third floor accommodates an archival hub alongside offices for research, education, and cultural programs. The fourth floor hosts administrative offices, meeting rooms, a boardroom, and the Director General's office. Conference and banquet hall. Designed to serve as a multifunctional space, this facility includes a pre-conference reception area, a large hall with flexible seating arrangements, a VIP lounge, and full-service kitchen facilities. Memorial Center and Better Life for Women Center. The Memorial Center features a lecture hall with a 200-seat capacity, along with service rooms and office spaces. The Better Life for Women Center is structured to provide hands-on vocational training, equipped with workshops, classrooms, and administrative offices. Residential and hospitality facilities. The hotel complex. A vital component of the project, the hotel will feature 56 standard rooms, 32 deluxe rooms, 11 executive suites, and 1 presidential suite. Amenities will include a grand reception area, lounges, a business center, a gymnasium, bars, restrooms, and a kitchen, ensuring comfort and functionality for guests. Revenue generated from the hotel will support the maintenance of the entire complex. The presidential residence. This luxury duplex will accommodate lounges, dining areas, a mini banquet hall, kitchen and storage facilities, and ensuite bedrooms, providing an elegant space for official functions and visiting dignitaries. Intermediate and junior staff housing. To ensure seamless operations, the project includes dedicated staff quarters with 4 flats designed to provide comfortable living spaces for personnel. We hereby invite individuals and organizations to select and state which of the buildings listed below the entity is interested in sponsoring. Library and museum building, hotel, Memorial Plaza, conference and banquet hall, Better Life for Women Center, presidential residence, intermediate and junior staff housing, security fencing and infrastructure to include roads, electricity and water supply, sewage and communications systems. A legacy for the future. The IBB Presidential Library is more than a structure. It is a symbol of knowledge, a guardian of history, and a gateway to the future. Through its comprehensive design, it stands as a beacon of learning, reflection, and national pride. Thank you.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you have seen what we are here to launch, what will make Minna very much a destination other than to go and visit former presidents. The people of Niger State are very lucky, and you are going to ensure that we can build this marvelous presidential library. The pledge forms are with you. We're going to unveil the book shortly, and then it will be available for purchase. Everything from the pledge forms that is going towards the building of the library. Everything. And former President Ibrahim Babangida has said that he would like to acknowledge everyone who fills out a pledge form. So please, we cannot have everyone come on this occasion with Mr. President seated. So it's just going to be a very few notable people that will come up here to do the unveil. May I now invite the chairman of Bua Group, Abdul Samad Rabiu, to please come up. And also the representative of General Theophilus Danjuma, T.Y. Danjuma Foundation, he is represented, of course, by General Martin Luther Aguai. I believe he's here.
We're going to go through the unveiling of the book right now, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. But I just want to say one or two things, because everyone wants to be a success and have its trappings. But some might say that success is relative. For the amazing scientist, Albert Einstein, his perspective was very simple. He said, try not to become a success, but rather a man of value. And standing before you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who has achieved both. He's the founder of ASR Africa Initiative, and executive chairman, and he has pledged to support ongoing efforts by various governments to bridge the development divide across Africa. Please welcome as we unveil the book.
No, speeches. Let me do my speech first.
Oh, you have a speech? You want to make it now, sir?
Yeah, I want to do fundraising.
That's fine, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Your Excellency, General IBB, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on already established protocols. It is my distinct honor and privilege to be here today as the chief launcher of these two important events, the book presentation of IBB's autobiography and the Presidential Library in conjunction with General T.Y. Danjuma, who could not be here with us, but is ably represented by General Agway. Today we are gathered here to celebrate an icon, a leader, a soldier's soldier, and a visionary. Over the past decades, General Babangida has touched many lives across Nigeria. And today's book presentation, the IBB Presidential Library Project launch, and the caliber of people present in this room attest to his impact as a leader. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, here today and those watching, let me say this. We are gathered to celebrate more than a person, a building or archive. We are gathered to inaugurate a sanctuary of memory, a testament to the vision, complexity, and enduring legacy of one of Nigeria's most transformative leaders, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. The Presidential Library and the unveiling of IBB's records are not just milestones for history. They are gifts to posterity. Let me also add that many have clamored for this book, a library project, over the years, and the time is finally here. Your Excellency, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, your tenure as president was defined by bold reforms, intricate statecraft, and an unyielding belief in Nigeria's potential, with significant infrastructure and development projects across the length and breadth of this nation. And many have stood the test of time, with the impact still being felt. Across your tenure, your leadership navigated the delicate balance of progress and stability. These records, now to be preserved for generations with this book and library, will allow scholars, citizens, and future leaders to engage with their decisions not as footnotes, but as lessons in courage, pragmatism, and nation building. Distinguished guests, a presidential library is more than just a building. It is a bridge between eras, where the past speaks to the present, and the struggles and triumphs of a nation's journey are immortalized. For a country as dynamic as Nigeria, where history is often debated but rarely preserved, the library will stand as a bold declaration. Your Excellency, General Babangida, your records will demystify the art of governance. They will reveal the weight of decisions made in uncertainty, the foresight required to steer a diverse nation, and the humility to learn from both triumphs and setbacks. In an age where leadership is too often reduced to sound bites, General Babangida's book and Presidential Library will remind us that true statesmanship demands depth, reflection, and accountability. As a businessman, I'm aware that progress hinges on understanding the past. At BUA, we build industries, but nations are built on ideas, ideals, and institutional memory. The library will serve as a compass, guiding policymakers, inspiring innovators, and reconnecting Nigerians with the intellectual rigor that shaped our national identity. Let me also acknowledge the profound symbolism of this book. By entrusting your records to the public, you invite scrutiny and scholarship. You affirm that leadership is not only about myth-making, but also about transparency. This act alone cements your legacy as a leader who believes in the wisdom of the people and power of truth. To the curators of the library, historians, and staff, you are the guardians of Nigeria's narrative. Ensure these records ignite debate, foster unity, and remind us that even in disagreement, we share a common destiny. Your Excellency, General, let me borrow your own words, and I quote, "Leadership is the courage to plant trees under whose shade you may never sit," unquote. The library is one such tree. May it grow deep roots, shelter generations, and stand as a timeless tribute to your service. To this end, I'm pleased to share that General Njuma and I had a meeting with him last week, we will fully support the construction of this library, a monument to our history as a nation. However, before I dive into my donation and encourage others to pledge, I want to emphasize that our goal today is to raise enough money, enough funds to bring this library to life. So far, as we have seen, designs have been approved and the contractor is about to be appointed. So this library and the event center are on track to be completed on schedule. I also want to use this opportunity to kindly ask our wonderful donors to please consider redeeming their pledges very soon. This will allow us to properly acknowledge your generosity and begin construction in earnest. General Danjuma and I will be redeeming ours immediately. That's the promise. Let me once again thank General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida for finding General Danjuma and I worthy to be the chief launchers of this great event. Thank you, General, for the honor. At this point, it is my pleasure to announce my donation of 5 billion naira. Thank you so very much for being part of this incredible initiative. I feel honored, General. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Mr. President. I will now hand over to General Agwai, a representative of General T.Y. Danjuma, to also announce his contribution. General, over to you.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigerian Armed Forces, former heads of state, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, There are too many people, I don't know where to start, but I bring you greetings from my professional grandfather, and I will explain. When General T.Y. Danjuma called me and directed me to represent him, he wished he was here and he had planned to be here, but because of ill health, he couldn't make it, and he directed me to represent him. I say he's my grandfather, my professional grandfather, because he told me, and I have also known, that he mentored the author of the book that we are launching today. And the author of the book mentored me as a cadet in 1970. And that relationship continued, that I served under him as a staff officer. One time I was his military assistant, and just as his father, General T.Y. Danjuma, mentored him, he became Chief of Army Staff. He also mentored me, and I was lucky to become Chief of Army Staff. And today, I count myself very lucky that I am in a square. General Yakubu Gowon, who I earned my commission when he was the president of this country under him, is here. General Babangida, who mentored me from cadethood up to where I reached, is here. The chairman of today's occasion, who thought me worthy, he made me Chief of Army Staff and Chief of Defense Staff. So I am in the midst of those who have meant so much in my growth, including my constant mentor, General Abdulsalami Abubakar. Before I read the comment by my professional grandfather, I want to also thank heavens for the opportunity to come very close to the governor, to the former president of Sierra Leone, Koroma. People have said that there is a resemblance between me and him. I don't know about that. But one thing I know, I traversed all the nooks and corners of Sierra Leone when I was a deputy force commander of UNAMSIL, and I was influential in one way or the other in the most thorough disarmament we have ever had in the world in Kono district of Sierra Leone. So it's great to see you, Mr. President, and I hope one day I'll be lucky to shake your hand. Now, let me go to the comment of remarks by General T.Y. Danjuma, Grand Commander of the Order of Niger, Nigerian Army Medal, PSC. He said, the intrinsic worth of the Presidential Library is premised on the fact that it is an archival center where documents and artifacts of countries' presidents are kept for research, references, and prosperity, as it is open to the public. In Africa, Nigeria has spearheaded the perpetuity of the presidential library system in Africa. Such, we expect that Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, IBB for short, Presidential Library will consist of documents and artifacts from 27th of August 1985 to 27th of August 1993. The document should therefore describe through processes the detailed work that culminated in policy formulation in terms of the movement of the federal capital to Abuja, the infrastructural development, reforms, and programs, the people-oriented programs such as Better Life for Rural Women and the People's Bank. Concomitantly, they are also expected to address the controversies, such as the decision to annul the June 12, 1993 presidential election that the book reviewer have told us more about. At this juncture, I feel that it is prudent to emphasize to those of us present here today and millions more out there that our contribution to this noble project is worthwhile. It is important for us to learn from history to avoid trying to reinvent an existing wheel or repeat the past mistakes. As such, the Presidential Library becomes a vital catalyst through which the research and innovation capacity in our government provide for the resurgence of our nation, and this sleeping giant of Africa will reawake to its responsibility. The public may not be aware the fact that the project we are about to raise funds for is not completely new. Rather, its nucleus have been established since 1998. Alhaji Muazu Wali is best placed to speak on the nucleus together with the complexity of the planning, coordination, tracking, and movement of documents and artifacts that will be housed in the Presidential Library. Having said this, it is noteworthy in view of this, as this event today is a double-barrel event. You can either put your safety catch and fire a single shot by purchasing only the much anticipated autobiography of the former President and Commander-in-Chief, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, Nigerian Army Medal MNI, a journey in service for yourselves, friends, organization, and institution, or you concentrate your donation or donations to the IBB Presidential Library. Alternatively, you could fire a double shot by purchasing the autobiography and contributing handsomely to the library project. As for myself, that is General T.Y. Danjuma, not me, I will switch to automatic and fire a double shot because we served in the military together with IBB, where he showed strength, courage, and stood firm in the faith of the unity and greatness of this country. He has remained one of my confidants both in and out of military service. Above all, he was completely loyal to me as his Chief of Army Staff. He was loyal to the military profession, and most importantly, to the nation Nigeria. I therefore launched the book, A Journey in Service, where I will want 10 copies, and to donate with my junior brother, not me, General again, to the IBB Presidential Library. He is pledging to donate 3 billion naira.
Mr. President, sir, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep the rest of the launches to 5 minutes. Please assist me to do that. A person who has given great support to the project from the start is none other than Mrs. Florenshaw Alakija of Farfarol and the Rose of Sharon Group. She will say a few words, and then I will invite, and I would like them to come up now, most distinguished Senator Ahmed Wadada, representing the Senate President, and I believe the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Ala Tajuddin Abbas, is here, and he will please come also on stage. Speeches will attack 5 billion naira upwards from now. Mrs. Florenshaw Alakija. She'll be speaking from her seat. As she prepares to speak, we will unveil the book. Please
Your
go ahead.
Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, all past presidents and vice presidents, all past presidents and vice presidents, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, General Babangida, retired, GCFR, former military governor, president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to a life dedicated to public service, first as an officer and a president. It not only chronicles your achievements, but also professes your humanity that is not immune to making mistakes, and that is highly commendable. May this book inspire dialogue, understanding, and a deeper appreciation of not just your journey, but our nation's journey. I also seize this opportunity to congratulate you on your building of a presidential library as part of your legacy to Nigerians, Nigeria, Africa, and the rest of the world. God bless you, sir. May He elongate your life, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Faranshaw Alakija. May I quickly invite the most distinguished Senator Ahmed Wadada to come on stage, representing the most distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, Senate President. The Right Honorable Speaker of the House, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, will also come up stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, the celebrant, and other distinguished personalities. Permit me to stand on established protocol. I stand here to announce the donations or contributions of the Senate President and the Deputy Senate President. And of course, for my own self too. For my own self, not because I'm a senator, for my own self, because of the relationships that existed between the fathers of the celebrant, President Abdusalam Abubakar, and my late father, which of course gave me the privilege to relate closely with President Babangida, who has done so much to me in life. He has guided me in my difficult periods. He guided me when I was challenged in one way or the other. Sir, I cannot thank you enough. The most honor you did to me, I'm sure you must have forgotten. In the year 2012, a senior discussion erupted between you and the chairman of the occasion, I wish he's still here, President Obasanjo, and the two of you gave me the privilege to be between the two of you back to back. May the Lord reward the two of you abundantly for that. For the Senate President, he said I should announce 50 million for him. The Deputy Senate President, 20 million. And for me, I am going to announce what I'm going to announce, but it may be paid by some other people. For me, 10 million naira. Thank you.
Thank you, most distinguished Senator Ahmed Wadada. And I do remind you that if we want to keep Mr. President here any longer, there will be no long speeches. May I now invite the Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. And while we wait for him, may I ask the Chairman of the Governors Forum, Abdurrahman Abdurazak, to please come up. Yeah. Okay. While he comes on stage, may I ask Master Chike Obi, Chairman of Fidelity Bank, also to come up. Sir.
The President, Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Jagaban of Borgu, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. Well, I'd say congratulations to, as we know him, IBB for this book launch. It's a bold move indeed. Now, on behalf of the Nigerian Governors Forum, all our members, we're going to make a handsome donation, which I would not announce, but you'll get your alert in the month of March. Thank you very much.
Master Chike Obi, Chairman of Fidelity Bank. Very briefly, sir, no speech. Much as I know that you would like to, but we cannot spare the time. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I'm wearing two hats here. The first hat is as Chairman of Fidelity Bank, and we will pledge, well, I think we've already donated 50 million naira for the launch of the book. But I must beg your indulgence to tell a story which I believe illustrates the person and humanity of General Babangida. I hope you remember this occasion, sir. Many years after he left office, my father, Professor Chike Obi, came to visit you in Minna. After the visit, you walked him out to the door and you said, "Where's your car? Where's your driver?" And my father said, "I took the public transportation. I don't have a car." And immediately, you asked your driver to drive up in your car, a Peugeot 504, and you gifted my father that car on that occasion. He told us the story. He told the story to the rest of his life. We, the Chike Obis, have appreciated you for that gesture of goodness and humanity. And so I, as a person, trying to figure out what a 504 will cost today, will pledge 100 million personally to your library. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Chairman of Fidelity Bank, Master Chike Obi. Could I invite Alhaji Aliko Dangote to please come on stage? Movia, Tony, Elumelu. These are all gentlemen you're all familiar with. We need to ask them to come up very quickly, one by one. And before, as Aliko Dangote is coming on stage, Kadari Ahmed, please.
Yeah, it's really important that we announce Mrs. Alakija has already paid her donation. She didn't wait for this event. She already gave us money well ahead of time. And so please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. Mrs. Bola Shagaya, please get ready to come up soon. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our leader, former President Ibrahim Babangida, the boss former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, other heads of states that are here, former president of Ghana, former president of Sierra Leone, our former vice presidents, the families of General Babangida, whom I'm part of. Your Excellency, I would like to stand right here and thank you so much for what you did for Nigeria. A lot of people, they actually don't know, they are not aware. You are the one that established the private sector in Nigeria. Anybody in private sector today that is somebody was actually created by you. Reason why you gave us licenses, I remember that we used to struggle to go and get licenses through Indians. Your Excellency, in 1986, you abolished the requirement of import licenses, and that is why we grew, to the highest level. I remember one day, you gave almost 30 of us banking licenses. You also took 5 Nigerians and asked them to go and pay 1 million naira each for block of oil, oil blocks. Your Excellency, I can continue to count on and on for that singular act that you did. That is why Nigeria has more private sector than the entire African continent. It is only in Nigeria where actually government contribution to GDP is only 15%. The rest is coming from the private sector. So I want to thank you, and I'm sure future leaders will continue to do so, because you are one leader that realized right from the beginning that you cannot clap with one hand, and that's why you took government on this side and private sector on this side and you clap. So Your Excellency, I know that this project is going to, with what I have seen, is going to take minimum, I think, about 4 years to deliver this. And Your Excellency, I want to contribute 2 billion naira every year for the next 4 years, which is 8 billion. And if the project drags more than 4 years, I will continue to pay 2 billion every year. Thank you very much.
Always on point. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, there are only 2 more people that are going to come and donate on stage. Mohamed Babangida, please get ready to do the vote of thanks immediately they're done. Mr. Tony Elumelu, if you're standing by, and Chief Arthur Eze, Aigboje Aikimokede, and Mrs. Bola Shagaya, who I can see is already making her way.
While we wait for them to make their presence on stage, can I please ask Senator Sani Musa 313 to stand up? He has kindly donated 250 million, so we can acknowledge him. Thank you so much, distinguished Senator.
Mrs. Bola Shagaya, if you're ready. I don't see the others, and we will not be waiting. Mrs. Bola Shagaya, please. Mr. Tony Elumelu, I was told you were here. If you're present, can you please come up?
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stay on, to stand on existing protocol. Well, today I would like to congratulate His Excellency for all his good work to the country, and also to thank him for always being there for our family. I really appreciate you and your family, and I've been waiting for this day to come, and I thank God that I'm alive to witness this occasion. So on behalf of myself and my family, I would like to pledge a donation that I would not like to make public, and I would disclose to the children. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bola Shagaya. I'd like now to invite Mohammed Babangida. Mohammed Babangida, a great sportsman, a clone of his father in his younger years, a fantastic polo player, and currently almost the only ADC that his father has all the time with him. Mohammed Babangida.
Thank you. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Your Excellencies, the former heads of states, Your Excellency, the former President of Ghana and the former President of Sierra Leone, Your Excellencies, the former Vice Presidents that are here, Your Excellency, our former First Lady, and our dear mother, Justice Lami Fati Abubakar, Your Excellencies, the State Governors, Ministers, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, distinguished Senators, honorable members of the National Assembly, the Chief of Staff to the President, eminent captains of industry, our esteemed Chief Launcher and co-launchers, organizers of this historic event, our book reviewer, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, former Vice President, and of course our national heroes, all decked out in their uniforms, our royal fathers, family, friends, well-wishers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and above all, we give thanks and glory to the Almighty God for making this day possible. His grace has brought us together to celebrate a statesman at a defining moment of our national history. I stand before you today on behalf of the family of General Babangida, deeply honored and profoundly grateful to express our appreciation on this special occasion, the launch of a journey in service, an autobiography that offers an insightful reflection on the life, vision, and enduring contributions to a patriot and a national icon. We begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for honoring this occasion with your presence. Your commitment to national development and your support for initiatives that preserve history and inspire future generations are truly commendable. A special appreciation goes to the distinguished chairman, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, for presiding over this historic occasion. Your contributions to national growth continue to shape our collective progress. We're equally grateful to Your Excellency, the former President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, for delivering today's keynote address. Your words have reinforced the bonds between our nations and underscored the importance of visionary service in shaping Africa's future. To the former heads of states and former vice presidents, your presence is a statement to brotherhood in governance and nation building. Your continued insights remain invaluable. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to all the distinguished guests who have come to support this cause. Your presence and generosity in advancing the Presidential Library fundraising demonstrates a collective commitment in preserving history and fostering intellectual growth. We extend our gratitude to our royal fathers. Your wisdom and influence continues to uphold the values and the tradition of unity of our great nation. To our chief launcher, the chairman of the Boer Group, Alhaji Abdussamad Isiaka Rabiu, and our esteemed co-launchers, we deeply appreciate your generosity. Your contributions go beyond financial support. They symbolize a shared belief in honoring service and preserving history for future generations. I'd like to also thank the Governors Forum. I'd like to thank all those who have contributed immensely. And I would also like to call out Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, former Vice President of Nigeria. We express our sincere gratitude for your insightful review of this remarkable work. Your thoughtful analysis has deepened our understanding of its significance, making this occasion even more impactful. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to acknowledge the family and close associates of General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, whose unwavering support, patience, and sacrifices have been instrumental throughout his years of service. One person who would have loved to be here today, who would have loved to share in this very special moment, would have been our dear mother and our late dear mother and the former First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Mrs. Mariam Babangida. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. May Allah grant her forgiveness and paradise. Our sincere gratitude also goes to the organizers of this event, whose tireless efforts and meticulous planning and dedication have made today a resounding success. Your hard work and dedication have ensured that this occasion is not just a celebration, but a milestone in preserving history. Finally, to our dear father, former President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, today is a celebration of you, your life, your contributions, and your enduring impact. This book is a window into your sacrifices, your triumphs, and your unwavering belief in Nigeria. On behalf of all those gathered here, we say thank you. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your vision and profound influence over our dear nation. May this book and the Presidential Library serve as a beacon of knowledge, inspiring generations upon generations yet to come. Thank you all for your time, for your generosity, and your presence here today. May God continue to bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Babangida. Very heartfelt vote of thanks. As we now prepare for our former president to come and make his statement, a very brief intervention from Chief Arthur Eze to come and make a donation to the foundation, Mr. President, and after which we will have the great pleasure of listening to President Ibrahim Babangida himself before we allow our President, Commander-in-Chief, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to leave us after a short speech. Chief Arthur Eze.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The President, Commander-in-Chief, Senator Tinubu, my brother, my good friend, General Babangida. I know you since 1979. He made me what I am today. Without you, I could have been a dead man for a long time. He brought me up. Through you, I knew all the military governors in Nigeria. I traveled to Sierra Leone, traveled to Liberia, all the GOCs commanded, General Bakut, all of them. How can I thank God without also thanking you? You have no enemy. When you have problem with Abacha, went to Abacha. So why are you quarreling with Babangida? The 20 of them joined army sent there. They were commissioned to send there. When they had problem with Abiola, he didn't tell him. He told me you had changed the army barrack to your name. Army barrack Abuja here. Then I drove to Mina. Yeah, said this is what Abacha said. He said, I'm happy to hear that. You have no enemy. Babangida had no enemy anywhere. All the big men at the Dangote he brought all of us up. It's sheer. Now I'm very grateful. I'm going to give you 500 million naira. Oh, what you are giving us, we are giving, for the first time, we are doing something for you. May God bless you. Bless you. Also. Keep this one I have.
A man of his word, the check is with me. I promise I'll hand it over. Mr. President, sir, the Board of Trustees is headed by John Haliru Akilu, and the members are Francis Oboro, Donald Duke, who have seen them working very hard, Chidi Amuta, Rotimi Amechi.
Cannot 30 minutes now, please.
No. And, of course, Dr. Yemi Ogubi, who you call Mr. Activity, has been very instrumental in putting this all together over the last couple of years. So congratulations to them. Ladies and gentlemen, Bimbo Loyede will now ask President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yinka. Just a couple of pledges here. From the Jallo family, 5 million naira. And thank you very much. And from Munir Jafaru, OFR, MNI, also 5 million naira. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. You know, in a few days' time, someone is going to open a glossy photograph album and look at the photographs of this event. Maybe somebody else will pick up their device, access YouTube, and then they'll see coverage of this event. And I wonder, what will they see? They will see irrefutable evidence that on February 20th, 2025, Nigeria's president, a former Ghanaian president, a former Sierra Leonean president, former Nigerian presidents, former vice presidents, one of whom rendered a masterful review of the latest book in town, they all graced this auditorium. They will see that Nigeria's political elite were here. They will see that traditional rulers left their domains to participate in today's proceedings. They will see that captains of industry, media moguls, and thought leaders unanimously decided that this story would not be told without them. Well, we thank God that the celebrant is here personally. He's here to thank you for your support. He is here to keep a date with history and posterity. He is here, ladies and gentlemen, for you. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a soldier, a colleague, a mentor, a friend, a strategist, an elder statesman, a husband, a father, a grandfather, a former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and now the author of A Journey in Service, General Ibrahim Babangida, GCFR.
Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief, Your Excellency, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Asiwaju of the universe, and the Jagaba of Niger State. I wouldn't say Barbu alone. very distinguished General Yakubu Gowon, the chairman of today's event, General Olusegun Obasanjo, other past Nigerian President, my brothers, General Abdusalami Abubakar and Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and the representative of General Muhammadu Buhari, my brother and statesman Nana Akufo-Addo, immediate past president of the Republic of Ghana, former Nigerian presidents, vice presidents, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Alhaji Namadi Sambo, and Professor Yemi Osinbajo, senators and House of Representatives members present, state governors present and past, our royal fathers present, honorable ministers. I see many of my military colleagues present here, and such superior officers like General Alani Akinriade, captains of industry, here present, my Lord spiritual and temporal, members of the mass media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your presence here today is not just a matter of convenience, but as testament to the significance of this event. I sincerely appreciate you have taken time from your busy schedule to share this moment of memory with us. Your presence is not just invaluable, it is very essence of this gathering, and I am eternally grateful to your gesture. I salute the President, our President and Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for finding time from his onerous assignment to honor us today. Mr. President, you are able to attend this event today means a lot to me personally. As you know only too well, you have my blessings, prayers, and goodwill in your arduous task of moving our country forward. To all our former presidents and heads of state, your enduring impact on our nation and your legacy is not just a testament to your dedication and service, it is a beacon of hope for our future. I am deeply grateful for your contributions and presence in particular. I cannot sufficiently thank my brother, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, the immediate past president of the Republic of Ghana, for giving us the honor of delivering the keynote address. I am compelled to single out for praise very senior bosses and older brothers, General Yakubu Gowon. His incisive forward to the book is admirable and moving. I'm grateful, sir. General Gowon and my other boss, General Olusegun Obasanjo, who gladly agreed to chair this event, have positively impacted my life. I am also immensely grateful to my other boss and mentor, General T.Y. Danjuma. I'm delighted that I could recall General Danjuma's leadership qualities in my book, both during the Civil War and as the Chief of Army Staff. It is fair to say that as Chief of Army Staff, T.Y. set a standard by which succeeding chiefs have been judged. My childhood friend and classmate at Bida, General Abdusalami Abubakar, Audu for short, who has always stood by me, belongs to special class, if only because he now readily admits I am his elder brother. I also thank my boss and our immediate past president and colleague, General Muhammad Buhari, who sent a lovely note a few days ago apologizing for his inability to be with us. I'm delighted that he has asked one of his ministers to represent him on this occasion. Similarly, I thank His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo, Nigeria's immediate past Vice President, who reviewed today's book with characteristics, brilliance. I shall remain forever grateful to all governors of our states, distinguished senators and members of the House of Representatives, past and present. To our Royal Highnesses, I am deeply grateful for your presence. I understand the effort it takes to travel from your different domains to attend this event like this. Your presence adds a unique and esteemed perspective to this event, and I pray for your safe return home. My deep appreciation of your presence and support is that of the captains of industry of our illustrious private sector will be eternally on record. The Board of Trustees of Presidential Library will find befitting ways of permanently acknowledging your support in the envisaged facility. Talking of captains of industry, how do I thank my son Abdul Samad Rabiu? He has shown enduring commitment to this event and the library project from day one. Thank you very much, Abdul Samad. To the rest of this distinguished audience, drawn as I can see from different parts of the country, I thank you from the depth of my heart as representatives of our people, especially those who are unable to be here, some of whom have managed to reach out to me since the details of today's events were made public. I'm humbled by your presence and the interest you have shown in my memoirs and the library project. No matter our points of origin in the Nigerian encounter, we all share experience of a fascinating national journey. Ours is the story of a thrilling past, an engaging present, and a most promising future. Today's event reminds us that we are not just here to remember the past, but to actively shape the present and envision a bright future with hope. A future that each one of you, with your unique perspectives and contributions, will help to build. The first aspect of today's event is the public presentation which has been done. This memoir, a culmination of over 3 decades of reflection, significantly contributed to our understanding of our national history. Throughout the public presentation of this book, I believe I am paying a huge part of my debt to public. I have had to contend with this question all the time: when will you tell your side of the story? Understandably, our period of service has somehow evoked, and rightly so, many questions and stories among our public. This book, which chronicles my experiences decisions and challenges during our national service tries to answer some of these questions from my modest perspective. My colleagues in arms and I presided over significant change and turbulent reform. We confronted monumental challenges in the economy, the polity, foreign affairs and defense, and security spheres of our national life. We surmounted obstacles, sought change from old ways, encountered unusual obstacles, and devised innovative solutions. We all thought to leave Nigeria a better place than we found it, often at a great personal sacrifice and in the face of significant challenges. I'm deeply aware of the inconveniences and sacrifices the public endured during this period, and I acknowledge and appreciate their resilience and commitment to progress. Although the reform caused inconveniences to our people, we built lasting national institutions, some of which are still in place today. Undoubtedly, credible, free and fair elections were held on June 12, 1993. However, the tragic irony of history remains that the administration that devised a near-perfect electoral system and conducted those near-perfect elections could not complete the process. That accident of history is most regrettable. The nation is entitled to expect my impression of regret. As the leader of the military administration, I accept full responsibility for all decisions taken under my watch. And June 12 happened under my watch. Mistakes, oversights, and missteps happen in quick succession. But I say in my book, in all matters we acted in the supreme national interest so that Nigeria could survive. Our nation's march to democracy was interrupted, a fact that I deeply regret, but Nigeria survived and democracy is still alive, a testament to our resilience and commitment to progress. This book is part of my personal story of that encounter with national history. I did not travel alone. I undertook the challenging work of leadership in the company of many patriots. Many are still here, while others have gone the way of all the flesh. I cannot name all our allies and fellow travelers, but let me acknowledge the contributions of men like late Augustus Ihomu, Commodore Ebitu Ukiwe, General Ike Nwachukwu, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu, Dr. Tunji Olagunju, Chief Olufalaye Nahu Kabesi, the late Professor Oje Tunji Aboyade. By the way, he was an outstanding man. The late Alhaji Rilwanu Lukman, the late Professor Humphrey Umosu, the late Professor Omo Omori, the late Professor Gurian Ezekwe, the late Professor Tam David West, the late Professor Babatunde Fafumwa, the late Professor Walikoe Ramson Kuti, the late Dr. Shatima Mustafa, the late Alhaji Bunu Sharif Musa, the late Rear Admiral Patrick Koshoni, Lieutenant General Alani Akinyade, General Ali Gusau, General Haliru Akilu, the former Senate President Brigadier David Mack, Brigadier General Tunde Ogweha, Colonel Abubakar Nengiwa Umar, the late UK Bello, the late General Nuhu Bomaji, Colonel Sambo Desuki, and a whole list of prominent colleagues and friends of all of them, fellow travelers in the challenging work of leadership. The second aspect of today's event is establishing a befitting library, which I consider a tribute to history and a contribution to the world of knowledge and leadership. In this regard, I thank my friend and family member, our former Vice President, Namadi Sambo, who created an unique architectural design for the Presidential Library on my 80th birthday. I'm getting to 84. As you can see from the program details, it is an outstanding design. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As leaders, our activities belong to history in the form of written records. These records will serve as evidence in chief for posterity long after we have gone. The proposed presidential library, which will house these records, would be a lasting tribute to our period of national service and a resource for future leaders and scholars to learn from our experience and decisions. As I understand it, members of the library board have in mind it's a library as not a museum where treasured historical documents and books are left to dust. The plan is more of an interactive center for lively exchange among people of different backgrounds and generations. Once again, I sincerely appreciate and ensure your presence at this gathering. Your participation and the conversation following this event will undoubtedly contribute to better Nigeria. I'm grateful for your support and look forward to our shared journey towards brighter future. The task of recovering memory can never be easy. As I said in my acknowledgement pages in the book, apart from my publishers, Messrs. Bookcraft, headed by Mr. Bonkole Olaebi, in writing this book, I acquired debts of gratitude to several other persons that deserve mention. Dr. Yemi Ogumbi, otherwise Dr. Activity, Dr. Chidi Amuta, Mr. Abiola Phillips, Mr. Clement Hajimoku, and Mr. Toby Shenoy gave generously of their time, experience, and resourcefulness, not just in the area of research, but also in painstaking editorial work. I thank Mr. Oladimeji Bajela for the book's beautiful design. Yemi Ogumbi's unwavering commitment to ensuring the expert production of the book and his tireless work towards realizing today's event will never be forgotten. Thank you, Dr. Activity. Yemi's effort and those of his colleagues were amply complemented by the commitment of other young friends and colleagues, such as Donald Duke, Rotimi Amechi, and Mr. Francis Ogoro, who made several trips to Mina for consultations in this project. My gratitude to these other friends who assisted in this program. Thinkers and persons of knowledge as possible, especially business, finance, and economics. I naturally started my consultation with those I had met practical contact with within the years. In this regard, I reached out to Professor Gabriel Olusanya. He impressed me greatly during my tenure at the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies. Through him, I expanded the contact of reputable Nigerians to consult on how best to design an appropriate economic reform agenda. In this regard, I contacted Professor Ojetunji Aboyare, Professor Ikenna Nzimiro, Chief Michael Omolaele, Professor Akimabo Gunje, and Dr. Chu Okongu. We could rely on the technocratic expertise and vast bureaucratic experience of men like Olufalaye. Through Ike Nwachukwu, we had been since the military, when he was a military governor of Imo State. I engaged and incorporated Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu, who had done impressive work on the state's economy. Before that, he had worked at the World Bank and served as the Asian desk, where he garnered extensive knowledge on what became the Asian Tigers. In particular, his creative approach to rescuing the economy of Imo State made it possible and positive impression on me. Under the famed Imo formula, he excited me, and I brought him to the federal level to help us with the economics of spending only what you have. Such prudent management and economic realism was what, in my view, our desperate economic situation required. What I found exciting respected each other, with each one you consulted and brought about on board. He had a string of other colleagues with similar experience to bring along. In little or no time, we had a virtual faculty of people with extensive ideas, vast experience, and diverse background. We interacted through series of dialogues and consultations in very enlightening sessions. We became more like a community of friends and colleagues, but we were united by our shared commitment to making Nigeria self-sufficient and workable. We had endless brainstorming sessions on different aspects of national life, especially the economy. I found brainstorming sessions very enlightening and refreshing. People brought their vast experiences to bear in the problems that faced us then. In particular, I recall the insights of Professor Ikenna Nzimiro, who brought a lot of life to our sessions by relating our present problems to his experiences from the past. He would, for instance, ask me jovially, "Mr. President, how old are you?" And I told him one day that I was born in 1941. So he looked at me and laughed and said, "I was an activist in the Zikist National Vanguard when you were born." So, Mr. President and the Asuwaju of the universe and my elder brother, I want to thank you and thank all my other colleagues for having the time to be here with us. I really appreciate you, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we thank very much President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida for that wonderful speech. At this moment, it's my great pleasure, a great privilege on behalf of all of you who have been a very patient audience to invite our very patient President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to come and make his speech.
Thank you very much. Please have your seats. Do I start from the celebrant? I listened to your remarks, your recollection of history, the team, the progressive ideas, the joy of being alive today, 32 years after, to give us an account of stewardship, service. Your Excellencies, it is very difficult to find the array of people that are present here, if not because of your personality, character, and impact on our people. Nana Kukwado, thank you for that keynote remarks and your contribution and ECOWAS commitment to African sovereignty, to Brother Kroma. When I met you before I became a president, and I've interacted with you, fate has brought us together again, not knowing you are close to our family. Thank all of you. To the father, General Gowon, I'm glad of the restoration of your ranks and everything. We learn history from you, from the concept. Thank you for who you are and your commitment to nation building. Thank you. To former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, we always, interact. Sometimes we argue about the future of this country. We find our leaders there. The situation that brought us together and the one that we continue from this moment on. The revolutionary courage that brought leadership out to build our country. I'm glad that, about what is happening in America and Europe, the contradiction that we are seeing now all over. What is it telling us? It's telling us to wake up, to make Africa a better place, particularly this country, Nigeria. I've seen so much of responsibility and the need to take some decisions on behalf of this country. I want to thank all of you for your mandate, your patience, your perseverance. Whatever might have happened, the hallmark we've had the truth from our dear leader, father, uncle, General Ibrahim Babangida. Without you, people like me, I won't be in politics. Your progressive revolution, to say that you want young, brilliant people in politics, we are with you in Nuremberg. You inspired some of us. And when you look at the programs, some of the bankers and many of us that were here today about this library, about the project, it's all the happiness of a visionary Babangida. Thank you for what you are. It's not just an ordinary day for Nigeria. The book I've not read, I've taken my copy, and I will read it. One thing I cannot forget, you are in office. You recalled we were elected. You kept on postponing the inauguration. You summoned us to Abuja. And when we became rancorous, you summoned us to the International Conference Center. I was not expecting to make any comment. I was just listening in my own radical manner that this man will not inaugurate us again. But before we returned to the hotel, the hotel was locked. No key. But when I was summoned by Daily Call to make a remark, I confronted you. That you had an opportunity to make history that day, and you failed to do it. Why not inaugurate us? Why are you calling us back and postponing the inauguration day? They thought I will end up in jail. You came out right at the end of the remark. You shook me. I can't forget that picture. You said, you are courageous. That's an inspiration that is so impactful in my own life. Just for what you are. The few hours to set a day like this, I put it together. For you, you deserve it. So many of the bankers, when we came to you, I was still then immobile. And we were discussing with, I think, late Mohammed Abubakar, who was the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, about the need for dividends to be sent, and you made the remark that whatever we want, we should go and put it down. We wrote it, we brought it to the Dodan Barrack. I said, okay. Thereafter, you announce licenses for new generation banks. Nigeria has never been the same since then. Give me your marks. I'm glad of the revelation on the June 12th. On general, we just come here to pray for you, I listen to you carefully. I'm not here to read this speech. I'm here to pay homage. And I say thank you for everything, for who you are, what you are, and what you have contributed to the history of this great country. All I can promise as the president is to strive to do the best, put the best forward, take decisions, no matter how difficult they are. It's in the interest of the country. You have done so. You have laid the example. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The national anthem. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to remain standing while Mr. President prepares and leaves. And
From the heart of the action to your screen, Biscon TV brings you premium coverage like never before. Whether it's high-profile events, breaking news, or exclusive interviews, we are always on the front line, delivering stories with accuracy, speed, and style. Broadcasting on GoTV Channel 144, airing on AIT, and streaming live on YouTube, we take you behind the scenes of the biggest moments, capturing the glitz, the glamour, and the headlines that matter. From star-studded galas to corporate summits, from weddings to political events, we tell the stories that shape our world. At Biscon TV, we bring you in-depth reports, compelling documentaries, and exclusive features that keep you informed and engaged. Our team of seasoned broadcasters and expert journalists ensure you get the news as it breaks with perspectives that matter. Whether it's the boardroom or the red carpet, the stadium or the streets, we are there, bringing you every moment as it unfolds. With crystal clear visuals, expert reporting, and unbeatable coverage, Biscon TV is your go-to station for news, events, and entertainment. We don't just cover stories, we bring them to life, giving you front-row access to history in the making. For premium storytelling, prompt and accurate reporting, and events that shine, stay with the best. Biscon Television, where every moment becomes history. General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, often referred to by his initials IBB, is a prominent figure in Nigerian history, known for his influential role in the country's military and political spheres. Born on August 17th in Minna, Niger State, Nigeria, Babangida's life has been marked by significant military achievements, political leadership, and enduring influence. Babangida's elementary education began with Islamic studies, followed by primary school from 1950 to 1956. He continued his education at Government College, Bida, from 1957 to 1962, where he formed connections with future Nigerian leaders, including Abdusalami Abubakar and Maman Vatsa. His military career commenced on December 10, 1962, when he joined the Nigerian Army and received training at the Nigerian Military Training College in Kaduna. He was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Royal Nigerian Army on September 26, 1963, after completing his training at the Indian Military Academy. During the Nigerian Civil War from 1967 to 1970, Babangida served with distinction. In 1969, he sustained a gunshot wound during a reconnaissance mission, but returned to the front lines after recovery, demonstrating his commitment and resilience. Following the war, he advanced through various military roles, including serving as an instructor at the Nigerian Defense Academy and commanding the 4 Reconnaissance Regiment. His involvement in quelling the 1976 coup attempt further solidified his reputation as a decisive and courageous officer. Babangida's ascent to political prominence began with his role in the 1983 coup that overthrew the civilian government of President Shehu Shagari, leading to the installation of General Muhammadu Buhari as head of state. Serving as Chief of Army Staff under Buhari, Babangida became increasingly influential. In August 1985, citing dissatisfaction with Buhari's restrictive policies, Babangida orchestrated a bloodless coup that ousted Buhari, subsequently assuming the position of military president. He justified the takeover by criticizing the previous regime's rigidity and promised a more inclusive government. As Nigeria's military president from 1985 to 1993, Babangida implemented several significant policies and programs. Economic reforms. In response to a mounting economic crisis, his administration introduced the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, in 1986, aiming to restructure the Nigerian economy. The program focused on deregulating the agricultural sector, privatizing public enterprises, and devaluing the Nigerian naira to boost export competitiveness. While these measures led to some economic growth, they also resulted in social unrest due to reduced public services and declining real wages. Political transition. Babangida established the Nigerian Political Bureau in 1986 to facilitate a national debate on the country's political future. This led to the creation of a two-party system comprising the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and the National Republican Convention, NRC. Despite initiating this transition towards civilian rule, his annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, widely regarded as Nigeria's freest and fairest, sparked widespread protests and political turmoil. The election was believed to have been won by Moshood Kashimawo Olawale MKO Abiola. In his recently published autobiography, A Journey in Service, Babangida reflects on this controversial decision, acknowledging that Abiola met all constitutional requirements to be declared the winner. He describes the annulment as the most challenging decision of his career and expresses regret over the subsequent national crisis it precipitated. Infrastructure development. His tenure saw the completion of significant infrastructure projects, including the third mainland bridge in Lagos, which was the largest bridge in Africa at the time. Additionally, his administration oversaw the construction of the Shiroro Hydroelectric Power Station and the establishment of the Federal Road Safety Corps to enhance road safety across the nation. Foreign policy. Babangida played a pivotal role in strengthening Nigeria's foreign relations. He was instrumental in the founding of the Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group, ECOMOG, deploying Nigerian troops to Liberia and Sierra Leone to restore peace during their civil wars. His administration also hosted the Abuja Treaty, which laid the groundwork for the African Union. However, his decision to register Nigeria as a member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in 1986 generated controversy, with critics viewing it as a move toward Islamizing a secular nation. Following his resignation in August 1993, amid the political crisis ensuing from the annulled election, Babangida retreated from active politics but remained an influential figure. Residing in his hilltop mansion in Minna, he has been involved in various business ventures and continues to wield considerable influence in political circles. In recent years, he has called for a generational shift in Nigeria's leadership, advocating for younger leaders to take the helm. His recently released autobiography, A Journey in Service, offers an introspective look into his life, decisions, and the complexities of governance during his tenure. In February 2025, during the launch of his autobiography, Babangida publicly acknowledged that the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election was a grave mistake. He admitted that Moshood Abiola had won the election, stating, "Upon closer examination of the original collated figures, there was no doubt that MKO Abiola won the June 12 elections." Babangida expressed deep regret over the annulment, describing it as the most challenging decision of his career and accepting full responsibility for the actions taken under his leadership. General Ibrahim Babangida's legacy is a tapestry of economic reforms, political experimentation, infrastructural development, and controversial decisions. His impact on Nigeria's trajectory continues to be a subject of extensive analysis and debate, reflecting the multifaceted nature of his contributions to the nation's history.
Are you ready? We are not joking when we say Koson Week 2025 will be stupendous. Yes, Nigeria will rise again. Fasten your seatbelts. Koson Week 2025, May 25 to May 31.
pè ẹ́ ní bàbá gbogbo Yorùbá dédé ló ṣe. Bàbá dé, owó dé, ọ̀gá owó dé.
Ṣeré káàdì, balógun balógun, ojú àjọ wa, balógun ojú àjọ wa. Balógun ojú àjọ wa. Àlàáfíà, kábíyèsá. Balógun ojú àjọ wa.
Bàbá rí ìdẹ̀kú owó dé. Bàbá dé. Bàbá ọ̀dọ́ lè tuntun dé. Ọ̀dọ́ lè lójú àfisàn. Owó dé. Ọlá dé. Olùmọ̀ ni gbẹ̀mí mi. Àtúwọ̀n ká níbi wọ́n gbé dáná ìrọ́pò já wọn láyà bí òkè. Àràbà ńlá tòun ti bòdì. Ẹni ayé ń fẹ́ tọ́lọ́run kọ́lé. Ẹni ayé ń yẹ láì fi tàbùkù sí. Ọ̀dọ́ lè dé. Ọ̀dọ́ lè Oòduà. Owó dé. Bàbá rí ìdẹ̀kú lóde. Owó dé. Aṣojú náà bá gbogbo rẹ̀ kórì lé. Owó dé. Bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú dé. Balógun rẹ̀ mọ̀ tí ilé tó kó ó dé. Owó dé. Olórí Adébótó ló náwó lọ́pẹ́ pupa náà ni mo fi. Yèyé. Ọjọ́ gbogbo bí ọdún lọ́la máa ń dẹ́gbẹ́ fún yèyé ìwé. Àwọn yèyé mọ ní gbogbo ara ni mo fi kí ẹ káàbọ̀. Màmá Dìbéjì ó tọ́jú àwọn èjì rẹ̀. Àwọn láláìsì kí ọmọ. Wíníwíní lójú orogún, èjìwọ̀rọ̀ lójú ìyá rẹ̀. Wíníwíní lójú orogún. Èjìwọ̀rọ̀ lójú ìyá. Ó sọ ní alákìsà kí ilé aláṣọ. Epo ń bẹ. Ẹ̀wà ń bẹ o. Epo ń bẹ. Ẹ̀wà ń bẹ. Epo ń bẹ. Ẹ̀wà ń bẹ o. Epo ń bẹ. Ẹ̀wà ń bẹ. Torí wípé àyà mi ò já. Oyè. Àyà mi ò já láti bíbẹ́ èjì o. Epo ń bẹ. Ẹ̀wà ń bẹ. Bàbá ti rí ìgbà ìwé ìyé rè wá èrè lọ́lọ́dọ̀ tó ti yẹ kí ẹ èlé tí olówó fún.
Mo kí gbogbo àwọn alápẹ̀rọ ìsìlámù. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jókòó ẹ̀sàsán. Bàbá ẹkún ọlọ́wọ́n ọba ò jẹ́ ká rí àtẹ̀yìn mọ́. Ọlọ́wọ́n bá jẹ́ kẹ́ fi kẹrù wá fún àkóyí tó wà lórí ọlọ́run àjẹ́ kó pẹ́ lágbára ọlọ́run. Ẹni tó wá máa gún ní ìgbèrú máa dàgbà ní orí látìgbà tọ́rọ̀ yìí ti ṣẹlẹ̀. Mo láti rí gbogbo àwọn kò ṣeé ṣe pé kásẹ́ pé kí níbi tẹ dé ó jẹ́ pé ìgbà tó máa pè pé ẹ máa bọ̀ àjẹ́ lẹ́lómi ta máa pè bí òun ṣẹ̀yìn. Àdúgbò lọ́wọ́ gbogbo gbogbo méjì yàyà mẹ́fà tẹ̀lé ṣe. Bàbá a máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín ọ̀nà ọpẹ́ yín pọ̀ fún ẹ̀mí gígùn àtàlàáfíà lásán ọ̀nà ọpẹ́ yìí. Máa dẹ́ dúpọ̀ jẹ́kẹ́ bàbá tẹ̀lé gbogbo wa. Gbogbo ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ wa ẹ mọ̀ ẹ̀ tún ní mọ ìgbẹ̀yìn wa lágbára ọlọ́run. Àwọn ìṣẹ́ kan tó máa pè pé àwọn tuntun ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ọ̀rẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ lágbára ọlọ́run. Èyí á dẹ̀ túbọ̀ rò wá gbó ẹ̀rù wá tọ́. Gbogbo ọ̀nà tẹ́ ọlọ́run fi fún yín. Àti ìtọrọ ẹ̀mí gígùn àtàlàáfíà ọlọ́run máa túbọ̀ fún yín jùlọ lọ. Àmọ́ àwa ká wà bẹ́ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé èyí lè mọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ wa ẹ̀ ní mọ àtúnṣe wa lágbára ọlọ́run. Ẹ ṣé gan-an. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà bí ẹ̀kọ́ àdúró tì. A lè máa gẹ́gẹ́ bàbá ká máa pè wọ́n lórí nǹkan tó yẹ ká sọ̀rọ̀ tó lójú bí ká gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ sí lórí ọ̀rọ̀ orí kò ṣe pé wọ́n dùn láti dẹ́fà àwọn àìlú torí pòsíṣàn tán wà nílùú òun náà ṣe wá so adẹ̀ láti gbà wọ́n láti gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ Yorùbá kan máa ń sọ pé ojú àárí ònàkùn kan ojú àárí rẹ̀ àárí kan kí nílẹ̀ yìí ní màmá ti sọpẹ́ ó bá ti dé bẹ́ẹ̀ ní àwọn òfin àgbà náà ló bọ̀ máa tọ́jú àwọn ènìyàn àgbàrá náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Sẹ́ríkì ẹ ṣé gan ni wọ́n àtúntò ibi tẹ́ bá dé ibi tẹ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ibi tẹ́ bá dé ibi tẹ́ ìtú ń lọ orí kò ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ la máa pe bàbá fún èyí gangan la máa fọ́ la máa mú lẹ́sẹ̀ la máa fa ìdòkò tó a lè mọ ibi tá à ń lọ ẹ̀kọ́ àtúntò gbogbo àwọn members of the regional council mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ mi màá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn olórí náà o ẹ̀yin gan lẹ́kọ́ ara fẹ́ra kù so wọ́n bá ní ìlè sọ̀rọ̀ débi yẹn kó lọ́n wà pẹ̀lú wa ṣe.
Representative of the governor, Mr. Oyekoya, ṣé Oyekoya ti wà ní bàbá opposition ti dààmú ṣòro wà lọ́wọ́ àlàyé ìgbìmọ̀ bóyá ẹ ti gbọ́ rí ẹ̀fọ̀lẹ̀. Thank you very much. Yes, yes. Ẹ ṣé gan. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn àbúrò mi ní àwọn ọkọ mi tó wà lóko. Lákòókò gbọ́dọ̀ wo gbogbo ìdíje ṣe láti ṣẹlẹ̀ ìdíje. Lórí ìṣe nǹkan tí ó kójú mu tàbí ìwà nínú tí àwọn ọmọ wa tó máa gbé sẹ́bíìlì adélèké ọmọdé ṣòro 67 tí ọmọdé ṣòro tó yẹ bó ṣe tèmi tó pàápàá fi ẹni wà ní ìjókòó I have to perform my role as a member of the governing council. Mo lè mọ̀ yí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ náà wà dájókòó yìí. Ẹ máa rántí ìgbà tí mo kó nígbà tó ń fẹ́ jókòó. Ìyẹn lè máa fi mọ bó ṣe gbòòrò tó ìyọ̀ bí wọn tó lè ṣàfihàn ọmọ mi náà tó dìbò ọlọ́run ló fún wa ọlọ́run ló sì gbà àmàdì mọ́ra bẹ́ẹ̀ náà. Olùdíje ló pé wọ́n ló bá sọ̀rọ̀ nígbà tí mo wà nínú ìlú alẹ́jẹta ni mo gbé. Olùdíje tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó tù ú rọ̀. Kò sí gbọ́n sí orí ìlú. Lágbára lọ́run tí a máa fi parí sẹ́yìn òdì náà. Ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ti gbèrè jẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́ tí wọ́n kò máa bẹ àwọn aráàlú wípé gbogbo nǹkan ẹgbẹ́ ká ṣe lókè gbogbo ẹ̀ tó bá lè dùn ní bọ̀. Sọ́ọ̀rì kí tó tẹ̀síwájú mo fẹ́ rí collection kan wò. Èyí gbọ́nà ọmọ mi wá o gbọ́ òun ní chairman ìjókòó yìí àti ìjọba mi ọjọ́ ní gbọ́nà mi ó ní So that was just 14 days. Yeah, I mean, it's like sorry. 14 days in your face, so we pay family, after 14 days, not announced. That is water. So, we will keep on children, with them bodies, with them follow. We will take it. So, every country will have a unique job. And they can't put our shit on. I don't believe like you. That is really good over me. Really good. No more people are in the interest of the even the one who is interested in our family. You want to make a shift for you because it's Lord, I think that this is starting ìgbésẹ̀ ọlọ́run àdáni ìlú lágbára lọ́ọ̀dẹ ọlọ́run ọba àti ìlú àtẹ̀jùlọ òkú àmì àti ṣe àwọn ìdìbò ilé àti ṣe pàdé ẹ̀kọ́ náà rẹ̀ látọ̀lá lọ orí ìdílé kíkíkà àwọn ọmọ ọdún tó wá sí ìlú ní ìdíwọ̀n sí bí ó yẹ ìlú tó ọdún 17 ìlú fẹ́ ṣokùn máa ń tó wá ní 17 February Monday tó pọ̀ á tó 20 years tí máa ń kú ó ti jẹ́ invitation card ìlú sọ́wọ́ fẹ́ nílò gbogbo ẹ̀wọ̀n ní káńsù wa tó ń kàwé wọn ti ní pépà wọn ti ní Olivia, Ali, ìṣàlẹ̀ ìgbàyà ẹ̀ rí. Olóòdè ti tẹ̀ lórí ìjọ gómìnà wa, olóòdè ti fi ṣe àfihàn rẹ̀. Olóòdè ti pè aṣojú tó gómìnà wa ní wọ́n lè ní wọ́n máa lọ gba kọ́ọ̀sì ní mọ́ṣúárì. They have been waiting for the government. Thank you very much.
Ẹ̀yin lẹ́jẹ́ kí n jókòó síbi tí mo wà yìí. Ẹ̀yin nítorí mo mọ̀ pé gbà tó di àsìkò tí fẹ́ ju èèyàn. Bàbá mi ń bá mi jà lọ ìbọ́lọ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin lẹ sọ fún ìkan tẹ sọ fún jọ́nà lọ. Ẹ̀yin olójú. Tọ́mọ ẹ bá ju ẹ lọ jẹ́ ya kílẹ̀ kó gbà bọ́lọ̀ àwọn ọmọ yẹn gbọ́ngàn lóníṣẹ́. Òun ló délẹ̀ fàìsà. Inú mi dúpọ̀ ojú yín rí. Ẹ̀yin lẹ ṣe òun ẹ̀ jẹ́ pé mi lélẹ̀. Aside from that, wọ́n ti bí mi ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀. Gbogbo mi ṣe rìn gbogbo nǹkan tí bá dà lémi iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yìí. At least for today I'm an assistant commissioner of police. It's through you, not through anybody. Òun mo ti máa fi mí ìwé pé mo àbí tí mi àgbọ̀ ó dàgbà ló máa ń bà mí láti rẹ pé kí n jókòó sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ nítorí máa wù pé bàbá yóò tún ṣe nǹkan tó ní nǹkan iṣẹ́ nǹkan ní ìwé pé mo ti ṣe kankan mi mọ́ mi rò torí mi tẹ̀ ń jẹ́ mọ́tò máa gbà lọ́wọ́ yín ọlọ́run àmàdúrà máa kù fún pé yín sà ẹ ṣe sà ìtàkùn fún mi.
Ajá ọmọ ọba ọ Regency Council ìpínlẹ̀ bàbá ọ̀dọ́lé balógun gbogbo ẹ̀mọ́ láì bàbá ọba general bàbá alápẹ̀rù ìgbésà ẹ̀fẹ́ fún wa o àgbáyé àdúgbò dalẹ̀ o ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ ní kí àgbàdúgbò ó bá ṣe wọn ọlọ́run ló ṣe ń ṣọlá o ó ṣe wọn ọlọ́run ló ṣe ń pín nǹkan ẹ̀ kò sí èèyàn kan tí ó lè bí ọlọ́run lè rí ojú lè fi ṣe léyìí nítorí ìdí èyí kò sí ìkọ̀tà máa ti dúdé ní àgbà fọlọ́run balógun mo kí ní o àìṣe ẹkú dìde ẹkú àbẹ̀wò wa o bàbá ní kí a máa ròyìn ilẹ̀ máa kún bàbá ní kí a máa ròyìn ilẹ̀ máa kún gbogbo àwọn tí a wà bíi pátápátá kò sẹ́ni tí ò rí ìròyìn kan tí ó máa sọ nípa nǹkan tí bàbá tí wọ́n ṣe èmi tí gbogbo ayé mọ̀ sí tàbí òkò yìí tí ó lẹ̀ ní madolú lọ́jọ́ ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ nílẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ ṣé wà ẹ̀rọ ọmọ ọmọ yá yẹn ẹ̀bà ní ṣe rọ́kàn ọ̀la bàbá náà ni èèyàn ló bẹ lẹ́yìn odò tó ń fi ké bó bá jọ́ láwọn náà a lè má rí ìrẹ̀jẹ̀ nígbà yẹn bàbá ọ̀rẹ́ máa máa dá sí ní ibi tó ga dé kò ní bàjẹ́ àbúrò máa da tí bàbá bá wà tó gba ọmọ ẹ̀ bá ń ṣe nǹkan ńláńláńláńláńláńláńláńlá lójú ẹ̀ àyùbé ọlọ́run ti gbàdúrà wọn ọlọ́run ti gbàdúrà ní ọlọ́run àti gbàdúrà gbogbo wa o afọ láti tọrọ lónìí pé kọ́lọ́run tó gbàdúrà wọn gbogbo ìfẹ́ tí ẹni sí ìlú Ìpẹ̀rù pé kí ìlú Ìpẹ̀rù má bàjẹ́ ìlú Ìpẹ̀rù ò ní bàjẹ́ ilé yóò ní bàjẹ́ ọmọ yóò ní bàjẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá ti sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan tó máa rí wọ́n ti fi gómìnà wọn kọ̀ sí gómìnà ti kíra wọn wọ́n ti ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ ara inú orí náà nìyẹn lágbára gómìnà náà kò ní ṣubú àwọn náà kẹ̀ ní ṣubú Sẹ́ríkì lágbára náà kan yóò ní bàjẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ àdúrótì Alápẹ̀rù wọ́n ní ojú inú àwọn náà sẹ́ẹ̀tì ìjókòó yìí o ìmọ̀ba ìjókòó yìí sí wọ́n ròyìn àwọn náà sẹ́ẹ̀tì this is complete Alápẹ̀rù in council àwọn èèyàn lè bá ti rí set of the week ìjókòó yìí ni gbogbo àwọn ọba ṣìdúṣìdú náà fi ń tọrọ wípé nǹkan tí Ìpẹ̀rù gbé dání Ìpẹ̀rù wọn láàrin wa bàbá wà níbẹ̀ láàrin wa Sẹ́ríkì wà níbẹ̀ láàrin wa a ní commander assistant commissioner of police láàrin wa a ní lawyer ògbóǹtarìkì láàrin wa a ní retired finance officer ẹ máa wo people of different professions láàrin wa a ní business mogul láàrin wa a ní deputy AIG that is Controller General of Immigration láàrin ìjókòó yìí ẹ máa rí i pé kò tí ì sí reset of yẹn ní anywhere ní àárín ìwádẹ̀rẹ̀ àtúnyirú àwọn ìyá wa tí wọ́n jókòó yìí tọ́tú jẹ́ olótú Erelú tí wọ́n gbajúgbajà káàkiri ayé àbí tí Sẹ́ríkì mi ránù ní ìlú mọ̀ká dókítọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ìlú Ìpẹ̀rù níbàjẹ́ o àtùpàtà gbé sọ́wọ́ kò ní kú o nípa ètò tó ní kí n máa ṣe ti máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá wa ọpẹ́ náà ni mo lè dá ẹnu ọpẹ́ wa ọ̀dùn kan lórí yín o lórí Ìpẹ̀rù ẹnu ọpẹ́ wa ọ̀dùn kan gbogbo ẹ̀yàn ọmọba ẹ̀kọ́ aráfẹ́ra kò lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o ṣe lájọ́ ń kíra wa o àjọ ń kíra wa ní o bó ṣe kàn yín ló ṣe kàn wá ojú ẹ̀ nìkan kan wa ò ní rọ́rọ̀ ojú wa ní rọ́rọ̀ gọrígọrí o àwọn ọlọ́kàn wọ́n ní gbójú bá rí ọ̀rọ̀ ó máa ń wò fún mi nígbà míì ó máa ní bí ọ̀wọ́n àtàtà wọ́n fi ṣe máa ń ṣe pàtó bá ti dé lẹ́wù yìí irú ẹ̀ ni bàbá fi kòwé fún nísàlẹ̀ kan pé wẹ́ ọmọ mi ló jẹ́ o but when it comes to this level ìwọ ni iṣẹ́ àmà alága ìjókòó yìí irú ẹ̀ náà ni ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ọba ìjẹ́ ọmọ ọdún kan tó bá ti lè wà lórí àpèrè ọba ó ti di bàbá ẹ̀ lọ bàbá ẹ̀ máa dọ̀bálẹ̀ ọmọ ṣe kábíyèsí fún mi àti gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ìjọ tí bàbá ti fi kábíyèsí jẹ ẹjọ́ náà ni kábíyèsí ti di bàbá fún kábíyèsí and ìfẹ́ tí wọ́n tẹ̀lé sí kábíyèsí ó pọ̀ mọ́ fèmí pọ̀ nígbà míì misunderstanding lè wà bàbá lè bínú ṣùgbọ́n tó bá lè tí kábíyèsí bá lè dé ọ̀dọ̀ ọba ẹ̀gbọ́n ó ti parí nìyẹn ẹ wá rí i pé gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n ti rò pé kò ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ in multiple fold atúbẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa ṣẹlẹ̀ bàbá ẹ pẹ́ fún wa o kẹ̀lí pẹ́pẹ́ ìyá o nílò jìnnà wípé ọba wa yìí pé bó ṣe ṣe wẹ́ pé ikú ọlọ́run ló ní ṣọlá àìsọ ọlọ́run nìkan ló mọ bó ṣe kò yí ẹ̀dá kankan nítorí náà ẹ̀kọ́ ara fẹ́ra kò sọ ẹ̀kọ́ ara fẹ́ra kò lórí ìwà níṣẹ̀lẹ̀ láéláé o on many occasions lójú wa ní bàbá máma sọ wípé ọmọ òní wọn alápẹ̀rù ìlú lẹ́yìn ọba Adélékè tó ń ṣàdúrà gbàwà gbàgbà but yes man proposes God disposes ohun ẹni ká jẹun pẹ́ lẹ́nu ògbà ọ̀rọ̀ fún ògbà wa láyè kó alápẹ̀rù wà ṣọ́kìn wà sọ́dìn highly painful tó gba àwọn tó súnmọ́ alápẹ̀rù so ọlọ́run àbá ọ̀tọ́wọ́ sáré fẹ́ rí o gbogbo ẹni tẹ̀lé wá ní agbára ní àsùnwọ̀n ayọ̀ tẹ wá ní ayọ̀ náà lè máa bá nílé o bàbá ayọ̀ tẹ bá wa lónìí ayọ̀ náà lè máa tún padà síkù àdìgbọ́lá burú nípa yín ẹ̀ẹ́dìgbọ́lá burú nípa wa lágbára ọlọ́run báyìí gbogbo gbàdé wọn máa dúró pẹ̀lú dúró pé gbogbo ni wọ́n ní ṣẹlẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ ìbẹ̀rù máa jẹ́ ìlú tó fi ṣe ọmọ báyìí máa sọ pé nígbà àwọn ọ̀pẹ̀lú ṣe ṣe ètò ọba wọn ẹ lọ máa kọ́ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bó máa jẹ́ nìyẹn lágbára àwọn alálẹ̀ ìlú yìí o bàbá ẹ káàbọ̀ sà ọ̀gbẹ́ lọ́dọ̀.
wọ́n ti sọ wọ́n ní kí everybody máa ṣe eré ẹ̀dọ́ bó ṣe é ṣe máa ṣí ṣọ́ọ̀bù ẹ títí wọ́n di 21st àbísà 21st of this month that is next Friday after next Friday wọ́n náà máa gbé aago síta wọ́n máa gbé aago síta pé wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ ṣe ìlànà rẹ̀ ẹ má ti jẹ́ kí ẹ̀rù bà everybody o irú àwọn sàgámù tó ń sọ pé wọ́n ní ẹ má wá pẹ̀lú ní abẹ́ àwọn bàbá mi wọ́n ní kí everybody máa ṣe iṣẹ́ ẹ máa ṣe ṣọ́ọ̀bù tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tó bá fẹ́ ṣe wọ́n á gbé aago síta wọ́n á announce nínú rédíò nínú gbogbo ẹ má dẹ́rù bà ẹnikẹ́ni o ọlọ́ọ̀ni balẹ̀ á wà pẹ̀lú ìlú ìbàdàn máa tẹ̀síwájú ẹ ṣeun lọ thank you very much sir.
Bàbá ara tó mọ̀ yìí wọn ò fi wá ṣeré. Ẹ bá wa kí bàbá wa. Ẹni rere ni bàbá wa. Kí ẹ pẹ́ mú wa láyé. Àti sẹ́rí tí ìlú o. The incoming governor. Lójú bàbá wa ni. Àbí bàbá wa.
Àpẹẹrẹ ni Yorùbá títí bàbá wa. Àwa ìyálé ẹlẹ́dàbíyà. Àpẹẹrẹ ni Yorùbá. Lórí
pẹ̀lú bàtàlá tó dìdílẹ̀ a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa balùkùdù.
Oòduà Bàṣùlùwà lòdò wa alówó máa fi ṣègbéraga ọjọ́ gbogbo màrí bí ọdún lọ́lọ́lá ìrìn nílé ìrìn màrí lóde bàbá dé owó dé bàbá dé owó dé ọ̀dọ́ ní Oòduà bàbá dé ọ̀dọ́lé owó dé odidi ọba aládé mẹ́wàá parapọ̀ wọ́n fi jẹ̀rọ ọ̀dọ́lé wá ọ̀dọ́lé Oòduà níbi tílẹ̀ Yorùbá ti mọ́ wá ẹ bá mi tọ́jú lọ́lọ́lá èyí lọ bí mo ní ẹ láàbọ̀ ìdí tí olówó fara mọ́ lówó máa rọra. Orí bó ṣe mí lólówó sówó gbàgbé. Ẹ̀dá mi bó ṣe mí lọ́lọ́rọ̀ lájẹ́ ìpàṣọ rẹ̀ ò wá. Ẹ̀dá mi bó ṣe mí lọ́lọ́rọ̀ lájẹ́ ìpàṣọ rẹ̀ ò wá. Rẹ́gírẹ́gí ó bá mi lẹ́jẹ̀ mú nílé lóko. Mo fi ti ẹyọ kan ìmọ̀dé kutu owó dé. Ọ̀dálẹ̀ tuntun dé. Owó dé. Àjànàkú tí mi bó kìjikìji bàbá rìn lẹ́kú. Owó dé. Bàbá dé. Bàbá ọ̀dálẹ̀ tuntun dé. Ọ̀dálẹ̀ Oòduà ọ̀fíìsọ̀. Owó dé. Ọ̀làdé olùmọ̀ni gbé mi mì àtúwọ̀n ká níbi wọ́n gbé dáná ìrọ́pò já wọn láyà bí òkè àràbà ńlá tòun ti bòjì ẹni ayé ń fẹ́ tọ́lọ́run kọ́lé ẹni ayé ń yẹ láì fi tàbùkù sí ọ̀dọ́lédè ọ̀dọ́lé Oòduà owó dé bàbá rí ìjẹ̀kú owó dé. Aṣojú lọ bá gbogbo rè lórí ilé. Owó dé. Bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú dé. Balógun rẹ̀ mọ̀ tí ilé tó kú ó dé. Owó dé. Olórí Adébútú lọ́nàmọ́. Lọ́pẹ́ kúpa ni mo fi. Yèyé.
General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, often referred to by his initials IBB, is a prominent figure in Nigerian history, known for his influential role in the country's military and political spheres. Born on August 17th in Minna, Niger State, Nigeria, Babangida's life has been marked by significant military achievements, political leadership, and enduring influence. Babangida's elementary education began with Islamic studies, followed by primary school from 1950 to 1956. He continued his education at Government College, Bida, from 1957 to 1962, where he formed connections with future Nigerian leaders, including Abdusalami Abubakar and Maman Vatsa. His military career commenced on December 10, 1962, when he joined the Nigerian Army and received training at the Nigerian Military Training College in Kaduna. He was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Royal Nigerian Army on September 26, 1963, after completing his training at the Indian Military Academy. During the Nigerian Civil War from 1967 to 1970, Babangida served with distinction. In 1969, he sustained a gunshot wound during a reconnaissance mission, but returned to the front lines after recovery, demonstrating his commitment and resilience. Following the war, he advanced through various military roles, including serving as an instructor at the Nigerian Defense Academy and commanding the 4 Reconnaissance Regiment. His involvement in quelling the 1976 coup attempt further solidified his reputation as a decisive and courageous officer. Babangida's ascent to political prominence began with his role in the 1983 coup that overthrew the civilian government of President Shehu Shagari, leading to the installation of General Muhammadu Buhari as head of state. Serving as Chief of Army Staff under Buhari, Babangida became increasingly influential. In August 1985, citing dissatisfaction with Buhari's restrictive policies, Babangida orchestrated a bloodless coup that ousted Buhari, subsequently assuming the position of military president. He justified the takeover by criticizing the previous regime's rigidity and promised a more inclusive government. As Nigeria's military president from 1985 to 1993, Babangida implemented several significant policies and programs. Economic reforms. In response to a mounting economic crisis, his administration introduced the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, in 1986, aiming to restructure the Nigerian economy. The program focused on deregulating the agricultural sector, privatizing public enterprises, and devaluing the Nigerian naira to boost export competitiveness. While these measures led to some economic growth, they also resulted in social unrest due to reduced public services and declining real wages. Political transition. Babangida established the Nigerian Political Bureau in 1986 to facilitate a national debate on the country's political future. This led to the creation of a two-party system comprising the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and the National Republican Convention, NRC. Despite initiating this transition towards civilian rule, his annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, widely regarded as Nigeria's freest and fairest, sparked widespread protests and political turmoil. The election was believed to have been won by Moshood Kashimawo Olawale MKO Abiola. In his recently published autobiography, A Journey in Service, Babangida reflects on this controversial decision, acknowledging that Abiola met all constitutional requirements to be declared the winner. He describes the annulment as the most challenging decision of his career and expresses regret over the subsequent national crisis it precipitated. Infrastructure development. His tenure saw the completion of significant infrastructure projects, including the Third Mainland Bridge in Lagos, which was the largest bridge in Africa at the time. Additionally, his administration oversaw the construction of the Shiroro Hydroelectric Power Station and the establishment of the Federal Road Safety Corps to enhance road safety across the nation. Foreign policy. Babangida played a pivotal role in strengthening Nigeria's foreign relations. He was instrumental in the founding of the Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group, ECOMOG, deploying Nigerian troops to Liberia and Sierra Leone to restore peace during their civil wars. His administration also hosted the Abuja Treaty, which laid the groundwork for the African Union. However, his decision to register Nigeria as a member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in 1986 generated controversy, with critics viewing it as a move toward Islamizing a secular nation. Following his resignation in August 1993, amid the political crisis ensuing from the annulled election, Babangida retreated from active politics but remained an influential figure. Residing in his hilltop mansion in Minna, he has been involved in various business ventures and continues to wield considerable influence in political circles. In recent years, he has called for a generational shift in Nigeria's leadership, advocating for younger leaders to take the helm. His recently released autobiography, A Journey in Service, offers an introspective look into his life, decisions, and the complexities of governance during his tenure. In February 2025, during the launch of his autobiography, Babangida publicly acknowledged that the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election was a grave mistake. He admitted that Moshood Abiola had won the election, stating, "Upon closer examination of the original collated figures, there was no doubt that MKO Abiola won the June 12 elections." Babangida expressed deep regret over the annulment, describing it as the most challenging decision of his career and accepting full responsibility for the actions taken under his leadership. General Ibrahim Babangida's legacy is a tapestry of economic reforms, political experimentation, infrastructural development, and controversial decisions. His impact on Nigeria's trajectory continues to be a subject of extensive analysis and debate, reflecting the multifaceted nature of his contributions to the nation's history.
Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. 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 Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o, bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí, bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá
All right, ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome. Please, a resounding famous welcome for the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency, Dr. Obafemi the Solani Balogun, a very supportive wife of our father, Akila. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Governor. Thank you all our welcome. Thank you so much for coming to honor our mother. I mean, this is a very beautiful high table, very balanced. Ladies and gentlemen,
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhum. I greet you in the name of Almighty Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficent. We thank Almighty God for bringing us safely to this day that He has appointed. Man proposes, God disposes. We thank Almighty Allah for making it possible for our dear wife and mother, our grandmother, to get to this age of 70. In Nigeria today, the average lifespan is probably not more than 57. So for anyone to attain this age of 70 is only by the grace of Almighty God. So we thank Almighty God for this day. We want to commend and commit today's events to the hands of Almighty Allah. We are starting it with Bismillah. May we end up with Alhamdulillah. We have cause to continue to praise and worship Almighty Allah. Barkat Fatiha. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. اللهم ربنا عليك توكلنا وعليك المسيح ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العظيم. آمين.
Right Honorable Mojisola Miranda, for our own goodwill message at our beloved mother's 70th birthday. Sherry Bogbenite kidnap celebrant on buying your photo. Afara, return her back to sender. We need the celebrant to be on our seats while the goodwill messages go on, please. Give her a few minutes. Let's go through the program and she'll be... Once she cuts her cake, dance with her children, don't worry, we'll celebrate right here, right now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to the celebrants and my own leader. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, congratulations, ma'am. Thank you for having us this afternoon. I wish you many more years in good health, and I pray that you shall sit and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Congratulations, man. Thank you, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, I know your hands are busy. I know you are eating, but...
Madam Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, my darling sister, Dame Abimbola Fashola, thank you very much. Always nice to see you. Our fathers, our royal fathers, Kabiyesi, I say hello to everyone, all the cabinet members that are here, my Egbon, Senator Gani Solomon, and all our leaders. Everyone. So, well, I think that the first thing to say is you look very nice at 70. So we thank God for your life. But I think the most important thing is that I was telling Lekon when I was coming that 3 people called me that, are you going to Mrs. Balogun's bed? I said, yes, I will. The guy said, I'm still in Abeokuta, but I must come because Lekon is a fantastic guy. So I think the essence for me is that God has blessed you and you have raised wonderful children. And I think that is what we must all take from this. So that as we do everything we are doing, we focus and concentrate and pray for our children. So I want to congratulate you on your 70th birthday and that you will live very, very long. 80, 90. Just make sure you invite us to come and eat rice again. 100, and after 100, well, you and God will negotiate and that will be between the both of you. So we want to praise Almighty Allah for granting you good health, for sustaining you. And I must thank my brother, your husband, a wonderful brother, for all that he's doing to keep the family. So we pray that God will bind you together again, sustain you, and pray that you will see your children's children, and that you will live in good health and lots of money. God will give my lots of money to take care of you. So I want to thank all of us for coming together tonight to celebrate our sister, and I pray that all of us will be celebrated. Thank you very much.
Please make your way down here. All right.
For coming to my sister's 70th birthday. Happy birthday and many happy returns, Auntie Tolani, Auntie me, Sissy me, my friend, my confidant, the first child of my father. I love you so much, Auntie Tolani. I don't even know what to say about you. I've known you since I was a child. You are a very, very loving person, very considerate, very selfless person. You don't like to fight anybody. You don't want anybody to fight you. You always mind your lane. I've learned a lot of life lessons from you, and I'm so grateful for that. Anytime I have some challenges, as soon as I talk to you, I find out the advice you give me is what my mother would have given me. We cry, we laugh, and then we reach a solution. Thank you very much, Auntie me. I love you, I love you, I love you. On behalf of all your other siblings in the Sule family, we wish you a very, very happy birthday, long life, prosperity. The Lord will continue to increase and bless you. Ẹ pẹ́ fún wa, a máa rí yín bá, a túbọ̀ láṣẹ pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ lórúkọ Olúwa. Ẹ ṣé àǹtí mi, mo dúpẹ́.
Is Iyaduni Cole around? Is Iyaduni around? So Iyaduni is not around. I think we'll just take the children next before we go straight to the cutting of the cake. Mr. Kayode Balogun, Kayode Kunle Leko, you guys stand by.
Everyone, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I welcome you once again to Tolibi at 70. We Yorubas, we have a saying that goes, Ẹ jẹ́ ká dúpẹ́ tí èjìká ò jẹ́ kẹ́ wù bọ́. Am I right? I can't speak for your family, but in my own family, Tolibi is the èjìká tí ò jẹ́ kẹ́ wù wá bọ́. And we thank you for that. Please clap for Tolibi. Please, the clap is not loud enough. It's Tolibi. Because you have clapped for her, I'm going to pray for you as well. If you have not found your Ejika by now, I pray that your Ejika will locate you this year. Amen. Tolibi has been such an amazing individual in our lives. I mean, she raised 5 boys. 5 boys. And I know exactly what we put her through. There are times that, you know, we sit around in gardens and share stories, and how she says to herself that, you know, you guys, I'm content with you. I don't even want any girl. You guys have shown me the kind of love, the kind of contentment, the kind of support that any mother would ever want. And then she keeps praying for us. I remember every single time that I'm traveling or I'm writing an exam or I'm going for an interview, even in the university, I will tell my mom, oh, mommy, mo ń bọ̀ láti London, or mo ń lọ sí London, oh, mo ń lọ fún interview kan, mo máa gba visa, mo máa ṣe kíní. She always says, ṣáà máa sọ pé lágbára Ọlọ́run, lágbára Ọlọ́run. And in all honesty, till today, every single thing I say, I'm always saying lágbára Ọlọ́run, lágbára Ọlọ́run, lágbára Ọlọ́run. You know, if you see me dancing without music, I got it from Tolibi. If you see me sometimes being kind, I got it from Tolibi. If you see me being polite, I got it from Tolibi. Not to say that I didn't get anything from my dad, though. But today is not my dad's day. Today is for Tolibi. So, also, if my wife is happy at home and she's enjoying me, I got it from Tolibi. If I'm in a good relationship with my brothers, I got it from Tolibi. So, I mean, on that note, I would like to welcome you guys once again. And I also like to pray for my mother and tell her that we congratulate her today, we celebrate her today, and then may she continue to live a blissful, healthy life. Thank you.
Eloquent and beautiful speech. Want to quickly acknowledge and welcome Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, here with our lovely husband, of course, ever supportive husband, Engineer Naimot Salako Oyedele. You're most welcome. Thank you very much for coming to honor our mother, Tolibi, the one and only Tolibi, on our 70th birthday. We appreciate you. Thank you. God bless you and God.
It is quite obvious that TA is not interested in collecting his balance at this event today. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, family and friends. My name is Lekon Balogun. Before I start my heartfelt tribute and speech for my dear mother, I would like it to be on record here today that no matter what Kayode, Kunle, or Folayin come up here to say, I'm actually my mother's favorite child. I would save them the embarrassment. If not, I would have taken the mic to my mom for her to answer. But let's leave it. We'll fight that battle another day. A very good evening once more. I'm truly honored, humbled. In the very beginning, Mom, you have been the heart and soul of our family. You have been the constant source of love and strength and wisdom that binds us all together. It is very hard to put into words how much you mean to all of us, but I'll give you my best shot today. Over the years, like I said, you've been a guide, a protector, and the very definition of unconditional love. You raised us with grace, resilience, and to always put a smile on our face. And I would just like to say here today that I'm thankful for the journey of myself so far, and the success and the journey so far has kept us because there are some characteristics you embedded in us. Thankful, and those characteristics, what are they? You've always been very strict and very serious about certain traits, and I believe those traits are what is guiding us and pushing us forth today. Humility. My mom is very strong and very, very particular about humility. No show off. Be humble. She will say, "Eniti obarere le, Ọlọ́run á gbé ga." And thank you so much. And I believe those are one of the things that is keeping us forth today. Contentment, like Kayode mentioned, doesn't play with it. I say, so what? Oh, no, ni ma wo. Oh, no, ni ma she. And those traits, contentment, it guides us. It helps us in our professional field. It helps us in our personal life, even in our marriages. I want to pray for you, Mommy. Before I do that, I thank you so much for the way you have raised us, the love that you and Dad share and show to us. It has been an inspiration with our marriages and how we treat our wives and how we live daily lives. I want to say a very big thank you to you. I pray by the grace of God that you have nothing short of the best that life has to offer from this day forth. Mommy, you are just beginning the life of enjoyment, the life of good health, the life of peace, need love, and high economic commercial returns in your business, inshallah. We love you, mommy.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. Once again, happy birthday, mommy. I'll first start by saying our famous joke. You know, someone came here and said he's your favorite child. I agree with him to an extent, but what he doesn't know is that his tenure is over. I will admit that he was once the favorite child. And I would like to tell you that you should see what it's like today to be the favorite child. It's a different treatment, and you need it in your adult life, not your childhood. Okay. I was little. I was a clumsy individual. I was one of those kids that when I walk, before I take 2 steps, motishubu, I don't look, I just walk. And I want to thank my mom because the way she would verbally approach how we correct things, it may come a little harsh, but it works. So she would say, kulima mashe balu balu, mashe sham sham. And I'll just be thinking to myself that, what is this? What is going on? So I was one of those kids that learned at a later age. And I will thank you today because I know how I learned from you. So I will start by saying, those summers you used to come to America, it is because of my mom, I know how to cook akon. It is because of my mom, I know how to pound yam. It is because of my mom, I know how to cook amala. And fish, fresh fish. So we used to go to these grocery stores and take the fresh fish. And I'm a perfect cook because of my mom. And she will usually say things like, see them there, they cannot shako, lie. Yes. So she made me into this person that I am very grateful for. I was also, in terms of humility, Lekon came here and talked about humility. Me, I was not the most humble. If you give me $1,000, I can use $950 to buy a designer shoe. So my mom noticed that about me very early. She would say, Kulema no no kuno, a young man rora she bested, you know, and it resonated with me. It may have taken me long to realize, but I'm glad that today, all of those things you said were able to get into me, and I can think giving you your special day. We love you very much. I've never met a woman like you in my life. And I want to tell Daddy today that you're a very lucky man to have this woman as a wife. I can see it. You look so young. You can't look this young and not have this kind of beautiful wife. So, Mommy, I've seen the work you've done on Daddy. I want to thank you for the work you've done with him. I want to thank you for the work you've done with me and my brothers. I love you, and I pray that we continue to do this for the rest of our lives. Fully.
Good evening, everybody. I want to start by saying Alhamdulillah. We thank Almighty God for bringing us here today to celebrate Ms. Tolani Balogun's 70th birthday today. I know I just came in today, but I was never going to miss this day for anything. It means a lot for me to be here to celebrate your birthday with you, Mom. Let me quickly dispute something. Lekon said, you're his favorite son. Kunle said, you're his favorite son. That's a lie. We all know we save the best for the last. And as the last born, I know, I don't have to say it. I'm not even going to say it, but we know who your favorite son is. My mom and I have a very special relationship. a very close relationship, and we talk about a lot of things that maybe Kunle Kayode or Lekon don't even know that we talk about. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart that I do appreciate everything you've done for me, everything you've done for us, and everything you're going to continue to do for us. I want to thank Daddy as well for making today happen. We've watched you and Mommy's marriage for decades now, and you both have shown me what a happy couple looks like. So I want to say thank you. And I want to also say thank you to all the guests that came out here to celebrate with Mommy. If she doesn't get to say thank you to you all, trust me, she's very appreciative. Everybody came out here to celebrate with her today. So thank you very much, and looking forward to the rest of the party.
All right, next one.
Your Excellencies, our spiritual and temporal lords, fathers that are here, our mothers, our fathers, friends, colleagues, party leaders, children, and all well-wishers, members of the press as well. Tolibi, as I call her, she's my own Tolibi, is about to cut her 70th birthday cake. And we are going to spell, and I want everybody to open their mouth. Oh, it's becoming too dry. It's a very happy day, so we should all be merry-making. We are going to spell mercy and gratitude. That's what she says she's doing today, and that's what she's giving to the Lord. So can I have an M? Can I have an M? Can I have an M? There's no voice coming from here. I can't hear anything from here. Can I have an M? Can I have E, please? Can I have R? Can I have a C? Can I have a Y? That's mercy. And then we're going on to gratitude. Can I have a G? Can I have R, please? Can I have A? Can I have T? Can I have I? Can I have T again? Can I have U? Universe knows she's celebrating her birthday today. Can I have a D? And E? All together, mercy and gratitude.
When we celebrate, we dey pop champagne. We dey pop champagne. We dey pop champagne. Pop, 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 pop,
All right, thank you. All right, can I have the family, the children, and the... Welcome. So before that, the brand's birthday picture. All right. Daddy, thank you. Guy.
The celebrant. Her real name is Ajame. Ajame, my mommy, my friend. You know, sometimes you do not choose the family you're born into. God blesses you and places you in exactly where you belong. Ajame is not my mommy's friend. She's not my mom's sister. She is my mommy, my friend. There are very few people who, as a growing woman, you can go to, aside your biological parents, who you can go to and tell almost anything and feel safe with whatever you say to her. Ajame is one of those rare people. She's as honest as you can get. She's an absolute lover girl. Absolute lover girl. I do not know anybody who loves her husband like Ajame loves her husband. She's an absolute lover girl. And I think Daddy is very, very fortunate to have an amazing woman as a wife. She's a mother to so many people. In her mind, she thinks that she has, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, can you please just my words, but with hugs and kisses, because that's the sort of woman that you are. You are pure and very, very deeply loyal. And it is one thing that you have taught me. Even at times when, you know, I come to you about things you can't really tell your mom or your aunt or your, you know, I tell Ajame and she has the perfect response. It's, oh mommy, Oremi, ma worry, oh my dad, everything ma okay. And that's exactly how she is. She believes so that everything will be okay. She's the friend that you don't have to see every day, but when you see her, all the things that you haven't said in 10 years, you will tell her in 10 seconds and she would love you with it. Ajame, thank you for being who you are. I know that you think that you do not have a daughter. After all the wives have come, before then, I was your daughter. And I will be your daughter all your life. For as long as you are alive, I am your daughter, Ajame. You are a sweet woman and God will bless you. He will keep you. He will cause his glorious light to continuously shine upon you. And that thing which you love, to be happy and dance, he will give you reason to continuously being happy and reasons to continuously dance. God bless you richly for me. I love you madly, truly, and deeply. Thank you. Thank you everybody for tolerating me and my mommy's love moment. Thank you.
From one lover girl to another, we say congratulations to both of you. Dr. Cole and Ajame, female. She has nothing but love to give events.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I get super excited when I'm asked to make remarks about my wife, my better half, my wife of about 50 years. 50 years, to some people, 50 years is a lifetime. But in our own case, we give glory and thanks to God. My wife is a very enterprising, resourceful, meticulous, and prudent woman. The prudence comes from a high degree of financial discipline. And meticulous, that comes from the fact that she pays attention to details. After studying in Lagos and abroad, specifically she studied in London, in Paris, and somewhere in Switzerland. She came back and worked for many years in a bank. Leaving that bank, she inherited her late mother's business. And she has taken that business to a whole new level, dealing with top brands, top designers and manufacturers. Manufacturers and designers like HOH, Filtex, HKG, Marcos, and Williams, to mention a few. Only last week, she was given an award by the Austrian embassy in Lagos here for dealing in quality things. Since I met and got married to my wife, the month of February has never been the same again. It has become to me, and it has become for me, a romantic and memorable month in a year. I'll tell you how. The 4th of February is our wedding anniversary. 14th February is a Valentine's Day, which all lovers celebrate, topping it up with the 20th February, which is a birthday, which I have been celebrating either with my children or with a close family. But today, our lovers, our friends, our family, and well-wishers have decided to come and celebrate with us. I thank each and every one of us for coming here today to celebrate my 70th birthday with this wonderful lady. She's a phenomenal woman, very amazing. And upon all this, she's very humble. Most times when you see her outside, whatever she puts on, you should know that I've given an assent, approval that this fits you before she goes out. No matter how small it is, you do any good thing to her, she will appreciate it many times over. That is why, on my own part, I've fallen in love many times over for this wonderful lady. I want to thank everybody. Thank everybody for being here today to celebrate, to join my family.
The two of you please come out and let's have these beautiful celebrants dance together. This first dance.
If I should stay, I would only be in your way, so I'll go, but I know I'll think of you every step of the way. And I will always love you. Will always love you. That is all I'm taking with me. So goodbye. Please don't cry. We both know I'm not what you need. I hope life treats you. I will always love you. I will always love you.
Alright, OJ, I'm ready. Hit the beat. Work it out, girl. Jazz man. Give me I go the demo till I rest in peace. That's right. Ẹni ò mọ jójó jáwọ́ ń bẹ̀. Sáré bá mi mú nítorí lọ́wọ́ ńlẹ̀. Ọmọdé yìí ṣe kì bọ́dí. Báwọn busy body nicely. Ọmọ rí jó ló bára jẹ́. Ó máa bọ́bù o. Ṣùkúṣùkú bámbám. Ẹni tó bá wú kó bẹ́ ẹyin ti jùlẹ̀ pámpám. Throw your hands in the air. Raise the roof. Raise the roof. Come on. Ó máa bọ́bù o. Ṣùkúṣùkú bámbám. Ẹni tó bá wú kó bẹ́ ẹyin ti jùlẹ̀ pámpám. Throw your hands in the air. Raise the roof. Come on. Raise the roof.
Bado find it. Bado find it. Bado find it. Bado find it. Bado find it.
Tolly B. Tolly B. Hey. Tolly B in the house. Tolly B in the house. Tolly B in the house. Okay now. Who's active tonight? Tolly B's active, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Hey. Egba mi. It's okay. Ìtẹ́jọ́ yẹn náà tó kí ló dé? Tolly B, ẹ fẹ́ pa bàbá oníbàbà. Tolly B, you have to confess. Ṣáwọn ọmọ ìtọ́ ti ń gbé yín lọ club ni. Tolly B then grind something like Lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ Káyọ̀dé club wo lẹ gbé Tolly B lọ? Oh my God. All right, vintage band, let's go. Let's turn the party up. So it's everybody's party now. We've had the time for.
She know what it is. Oh, yeah, see it, bring on the way. We just singing out down. Everybody go down. Singing out, say, the sound of it. I'm in love, I
say I'm in love. Oh, baby, let me go for you. But you said I'm a night. Oh, na na na. Yeah. I want you. Go there. I two. Go there. I three. Go there. Oh, yeah. Everybody, let go. Shama Shama, I'm on Tony Gaga, you go and run. Give me some, she wanna make a come I'm a better in what I want. Everybody want your job, make a girl. Give me love, make a love. I'm just no other wonderful. I'm so tired. Everybody say, Shawty want $1 million. Show me how I love. Tell me to undercover. Hey, she say all her friends are. And if I'm the my love. Everybody say, if I'm there for me, if I'm there, everybody want to. If I'm there, I'm alive for you. Yeah. But you say you know that money, I love it. See, I had my face, but I don't know man to keep me from my way. You got say I love you, come and say, I put one leg for fire, fire, burning. I'm a good leg for fire. What do you love me say, I put one leg for fire, fire, burning. Now you know who all I sit down. Now you know. How much is money? Nothing. Falling. It's vintage or nothing. Now you know. How much is falling? She's so crazy, my genius. Fuck who they is. We got the memory, but you know they bring it. Run your shoes, make you stand up. All your son of a kid and step away. And if you don't be la 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 la, if you don't be la 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 la, you can put you. Oh my Joe, oh my Joe, everybody wants to see me now, say but only want to do one day. I want to do another one day. Love me just be love me better. I want to live only one day. I want to live only one cruise if I do this. It's for one fuck with the ease. You have to money, no they free. All your shoes make me stand happy. All your sorrow make me stand free. I need to love me, la 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 la. I need to love me, la 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 la. Oh my Joe, only my Joe. Oh, I'm a put in my oh, Papa, if you don't know me, you must not do. But do the body, I've been doing this in God.
General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, often referred to by his initials IBB, is a prominent figure in Nigerian history, known for his influential role in the country's military and political spheres. Born on August 17th in Minna, Niger State, Nigeria, Babangida's life has been marked by significant military achievements, political leadership, and enduring influence. Babangida's elementary education began with Islamic studies, followed by primary school from 1950 to 1956. He continued his education at Government College, Bida, from 1957 to 1962, where he formed connections with future Nigerian leaders, including Abdusalami Abubakar and Maman Vatsa. His military career commenced on December 10, 1962, when he joined the Nigerian Army and received training at the Nigerian Military Training College in Kaduna. He was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Royal Nigerian Army on September 26, 1963, after completing his training at the Indian Military Academy. During the Nigerian Civil War from 1967 to 1970, Babangida served with distinction. In 1969, he sustained a gunshot wound during a reconnaissance mission, but returned to the front lines after recovery, demonstrating his commitment and resilience. Following the war, he advanced through various military roles, including serving as an instructor at the Nigerian Defense Academy and commanding the 4 Reconnaissance Regiment. His involvement in quelling the 1976 coup attempt further solidified his reputation as a decisive and courageous officer. Babangida's ascent to political prominence began with his role in the 1983 coup that overthrew the civilian government of President Shehu Shagari, leading to the installation of General Muhammadu Buhari as head of state. Serving as Chief of Army Staff under Buhari, Babangida became increasingly influential. In August 1985, citing dissatisfaction with Buhari's restrictive policies, Babangida orchestrated a bloodless coup that ousted Buhari, subsequently assuming the position of military president. He justified the takeover by criticizing the previous regime's rigidity and promised a more inclusive government. As Nigeria's military president from 1985 to 1993, Babangida implemented several significant policies and programs. Economic reforms. In response to a mounting economic crisis, his administration introduced the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, in 1986, aiming to restructure the Nigerian economy. The program focused on deregulating the agricultural sector, privatizing public enterprises, and devaluing the Nigerian naira to boost export competitiveness. While these measures led to some economic growth, they also resulted in social unrest due to reduced public services and declining real wages. Political transition. Babangida established the Nigerian Political Bureau in 1986 to facilitate a national debate on the country's political future. This led to the creation of a two-party system comprising the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and the National Republican Convention, NRC. Despite initiating this transition towards civilian rule, his annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, widely regarded as Nigeria's freest and fairest, sparked widespread protests and political turmoil. The election was believed to have been won by Moshood Kashimawo Olawale MKO Abiola. In his recently published autobiography, A Journey in Service, Babangida reflects on this controversial decision, acknowledging that Abiola met all constitutional requirements to be declared the winner. He describes the annulment as the most challenging decision of his career and expresses regret over the subsequent national crisis it precipitated. Infrastructure development. His tenure saw the completion of significant infrastructure projects, including the Third Mainland Bridge in Lagos, which was the largest bridge in Africa at the time. Additionally, his administration oversaw the construction of the Shiroro Hydroelectric Power Station and the establishment of the Federal Road Safety Corps to enhance road safety across the nation. Foreign policy. Babangida played a pivotal role in strengthening Nigeria's foreign relations. He was instrumental in the founding of the Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group, ECOMOG, deploying Nigerian troops to Liberia and Sierra Leone to restore peace during their civil wars. His administration also hosted the Abuja Treaty, which laid the groundwork for the African Union. However, his decision to register Nigeria as a member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in 1986 generated controversy, with critics viewing it as a move toward Islamizing a secular nation. Following his resignation in August 1993, amid the political crisis ensuing from the annulled election, Babangida retreated from active politics but remained an influential figure. Residing in his hilltop mansion in Minna, he has been involved in various business ventures and continues to wield considerable influence in political circles. In recent years, he has called for a generational shift in Nigeria's leadership, advocating for younger leaders to take the helm. His recently released autobiography, A Journey in Service, offers an introspective look into his life, decisions, and the complexities of governance during his tenure. In February 2025, during the launch of his autobiography, Babangida publicly acknowledged that the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election was a grave mistake. He admitted that Moshood Abiola had won the election, stating, "Upon closer examination of the original collated figures, there was no doubt that MKO Abiola won the June 12 elections." Babangida expressed deep regret over the annulment, describing it as the most challenging decision of his career and accepting full responsibility for the actions taken under his leadership. General Ibrahim Babangida's legacy is a tapestry of economic reforms, political experimentation, infrastructural development, and controversial decisions. His impact on Nigeria's trajectory continues to be a subject of extensive analysis and debate, reflecting the multifaceted nature of his contributions to the nation's history.
I'm ready, hit the beat. Work it out, girl. Jazz man, give me I go the demo till I rest in peace. That's right. Ẹni ò mọ jójó jáwọ́ ń bẹ̀. Sáré bá mi mú nítorí lọ́wọ́ ńlẹ̀. Ọmọdé yìí ṣèkì bọ́dí, báwọn busy bọ́dí nicely. Ọmọ rí jó ló bára jẹ́. Ó máa bọ́ bù ó, ṣùkúṣùkú bámbám. Ẹni tó bá wú kó bẹ́ ẹyin ti jùlẹ̀ pámpám. Throw your hands in the air. Where's the roof? Where's the roof? Come on. Oh my bubble, shuku bam bam. Ẹni tó bá wú kó bẹ́ ẹyin ti jùlẹ̀ pámpám. Throw your hands in the air. Wisdom. Come on, come on, come on. Wisdom.
Majo, find it. Majo, find it. Majo, find it. Majo, find it. Majo, find it.
Tolly B. Tolly B. Hey, Tolly B in the house. Tolly B in the house. Tolly B, Tolly B, Tolly B, Tolly B, Tolly B in the house. Okay now. Who's active tonight? Tolly B's active, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, gentlemen. Hey, hey. Egba mi ke, egba mi. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Ìtẹ́jú yẹn náà tó kí ló dé. Tolly B, ẹ fẹ́ pa bàbá oníbàbà. Tolly B, you have to confess. Ṣáwọn ọmọ ìtọ́ ti ń gbé yín lọ club ni. Tolly B then grind something like Lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ Káyọ̀dé club wo lẹ gbé Tolly B lọ? Oh my God. All right, vintage band, let's go. Let's turn the party up. So it's everybody's party now. We've had the time for.
She know what it is. Oh, yeah, see it, bring down the way. You just singing out down. Everybody know that. Singing out, say the sound of it. I'm in love, oh. I'm in love, oh. I say I'm in love, oh. I'm in love, oh. Baby, let me cover you. But you said I'm a night. Oh, na na na. I want you. I two. I three. Everybody let go. Shama shaka. I'm on to the gaga. You go and run. Give me some honey. She want to make a come I'm a better in one. Everybody put your job, make a dance. Give me love, make a love. I'm just the one wonderful. Until say, everybody say, Shawty want $1 million. Show me how I show me to another. She say all our friends and they come to me, everybody say, if I dance for me, if I dance, everybody want to know, if I dance, what I like for you. But you say you don't have money, I got it. See, I had my face, they got another man to keep me from my head. You got say I love you, come and say, I put one leg for fire, 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 burning. I'm a good leg for fire. But you know me say, I put one leg for fire, 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 burning. Now you know who all I should tell. Now you know, now you know, now you know, now you know. You better make it move. If you get my turn on it, how much is for you? Nothing. Balling. It's vintage or nothing. Now you know, now you know, now you know, now you know. You better make it move. If you get my turn on it, come on. Ayagaya. How much is for you? Balling. You see it or nothing. Now you know, money, but you know the thing. Put on your shoes, make you stand the happens. All your son of a good and steadily. And if you don't be la 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 la, if you don't be la 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 la, come on, do. Everybody wants to see me now, say, but got me talking to myself. That no one even noticed. She got me looking like a zombie. She just she's nice and no reason. See when she put her body down. You got me calling. I just touched down. Wanna see you now. Tell me on the phone. Calling you tonight. I won't make sure. Between on it, I don't stay alone. Wanna hold you tight. Wanna put my eyes, but I'll be forever. Hey, mama like some. Mama got mama check some. Baby, and mama she's on. Hey, say that go really. Oh, that go running down. That go really. That go. That go really. That go running down. That go really. That go. Yeah, yeah. All right for me when I touch your face. All right for me when I touch your face. All right, my can't walk in no party. Oh, baby, walk in no party. One day, body is on. One day, body is on. Love is not enough, baby. Come to me, Molowo. Hey. Love me or you hate me, know me. You make me free, Mologo. You ready? And then it's too easy. Woman, love me, easy. But that bitch I naughty. In a Maserati. Baby, easy. Fine boy like you. You want me somebody. But this is melody. Love you. Oh my goodness. Lucky you. Oh, what you move and now. Princess Band. Look who you find. Look who you find. Everybody, come on. Look who you find. Giddy up. Ladies, come on. Look who you find. Hey. Wow, yeah, Babu. Everybody, yeah, Babu. Look at me, yeah, Babu. Come on, yeah, look at me, yeah, Babu. Yeah, Babu, yeah, Babu, yeah, Babu. Whoa, hey. Collect your money, wake up, collect your money. Whoa, yeah, get out, go get the moolah. Wake up, when you go kala bo no wonila. You don't walk, you don't cha-cha. You don't put the day. You don't come, you don't take you my love, but you went on my phone. When I'm loud of on the sofa floor. Stop my phone, but everybody knows. Lo. Everybody wants out. Come on, let's go. I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I take To you, my God. Cause you be my chief for life. I know. And I'm feeling good tonight. Hey. Feeling good tonight. Cause I dare you to got my back. Cause right now I'm with my God. Come on now, let's go. What's that say? You don't see my salvation. I cannot be consolation. We steady in relation. I'm steady. All of my guys can hold it. But energy far away. I thank God for my riches. Good friend of the boy. Say who's your God? Your father in heaven. Back time to take over. They don't see where I trouble you. Back down to Lucifer. I know they follow pastor, they beat the back. Why that I run? Show me alone, be my phone. I am only a friend, it's over away. I feel like I and it's over away. Oh, everybody wants to I am only a friend, it's over away. And it's over away. If you want no person, you know what's the thing. I know this. You want to be medicine. See, if you get money, oh, you want heaven spend my money. Everybody, allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me, oh. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me, oh. I'm a winner, I'm a winner. Come up inside like a jam. Get in the boy, do they come? 6,002 tap. Yeah, we go, but what even? I know this problem, you go, no, you go, banana. Hey, let's go! C'est comme les pas, les calculs à jour. Ça la gueule, et puis là, et puis bon, là. Okay, let's go. Everybody wants one. Well, I have a question to ask you today. Yo, Tifa. Oh, shit, let's go. Will you marry me below I met you today? Hey! What's up, everybody? Let's go, sir. You don't even know my father. Oh, the woman, you don't know my father. But the baby, you're shy. Can you go? Will you take it easy and go, brother? Video. Oh, when I'm there, I'm going to be I shot money, let's go. Hey, all the ladies. I shot baby, let's go. Because of you, I got to do some all over. See, show that phone booby. Do you really care? Go that phone booby, baby, me no tell. To be sincere, I will do almost anything. I am a mommy, shoko. I want you to
at the party itself in front of Vintage Bar. So the celebrant, you want to dance with her, you want to show some love by.
Biscon Communication Global Media Network Limited, the emerging media conglomerate. Biscon Communication are the creators of the BC Olatilo Show, BOS, a weekly general interest television magazine show which showcases the cultures and ways of life of Nigerians to the world. As Prince BC Olatilo, the multilingual ace broadcaster, marks his Golden Jubilee anniversary in broadcasting, the BC Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates 25 years of leading the way as the prime choice in infotainment television broadcasting. Biscon Communication Global Media Network Limited expands its broadcasting landscape with Biscon TV, our 24-hour television platform on GoTV 144 and live streaming on YouTube globally. Biscon TV broadcasts news, sports, business, politics, as well as lifestyle and entertainment programs round the clock. Biscon TV has a very strong presence on all platforms of the social media, Instagram, Facebook, on the BOS Official. Biscon Communications has ultra-modern state-of-the-art audio-visual studios for the production of radio and TV jingles, documentaries for public enlightenment programs, for government, parastatals, and corporate concerns. Biscon Communication Corporate Headquarters is at 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village. Telephone 0803 390 1756. 0802 357 0075. Biscon Communications at your service 24 hours around the clock.
Are you ready? We are not joking when we say Koson Week 2025 will be stupendous. Yes, Nigeria will rise again. Fasten your seatbelts. Koson Week 2025, May 25 to May 31.
General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, often referred to by his initials IBB, is a prominent figure in Nigerian history, known for his influential role in the country's military and political spheres. Born on August 17th in Minna, Niger State, Nigeria, Babangida's life has been marked by significant military achievements, political leadership, and enduring influence. Babangida's elementary education began with Islamic studies, followed by primary school from 1950 to 1956. He continued his education at Government College, Bida, from 1957 to 1962, where he formed connections with future Nigerian leaders, including Abdusalami Abubakar and Maman Vatsa. His military career commenced on December 10, 1962, when he joined the Nigerian Army and received training at the Nigerian Military Training College in Kaduna. He was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Royal Nigerian Army on September 26, 1963, after completing his training at the Indian Military Academy. During the Nigerian Civil War from 1967 to 1970, Babangida served with distinction. In 1969, he sustained a gunshot wound during a reconnaissance mission, but returned to the front lines after recovery, demonstrating his commitment and resilience. Following the war, he advanced through various military roles, including serving as an instructor at the Nigerian Defense Academy and commanding the 4 Reconnaissance Regiment. His involvement in quelling the 1976 coup attempt further solidified his reputation as a decisive and courageous officer. Babangida's ascent to political prominence began with his role in the 1983 coup that overthrew the civilian government of President Shehu Shagari, leading to the installation of General Muhammadu Buhari as head of state. Serving as Chief of Army Staff under Buhari, Babangida became increasingly influential. In August 1985, citing dissatisfaction with Buhari's restrictive policies, Babangida orchestrated a bloodless coup that ousted Buhari, subsequently assuming the position of military president. He justified the takeover by criticizing the previous regime's rigidity and promised a more inclusive government. As Nigeria's military president from 1985 to 1993, Babangida implemented several significant policies and programs. Economic reforms. In response to a mounting economic crisis, his administration introduced the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, in 1986, aiming to restructure the Nigerian economy. The program focused on deregulating the agricultural sector, privatizing public enterprises, and devaluing the Nigerian naira to boost export competitiveness. While these measures led to some economic growth, they also resulted in social unrest due to reduced public services and declining real wages. Political transition. Babangida established the Nigerian Political Bureau in 1986 to facilitate a national debate on the country's political future. This led to the creation of a two-party system comprising the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and the National Republican Convention, NRC. Despite initiating this transition towards civilian rule, his annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, widely regarded as Nigeria's freest and fairest, sparked widespread protests and political turmoil. The election was believed to have been won by Moshood Kashimawo Olawale MKO Abiola. In his recently published autobiography, A Journey in Service, Babangida reflects on this controversial decision, acknowledging that Abiola met all constitutional requirements to be declared the winner. He describes the annulment as the most challenging decision of his career and expresses regret over the subsequent national crisis it precipitated. Infrastructure development. His tenure saw the completion of significant infrastructure projects, including the third mainland bridge in Lagos, which was the largest bridge in Africa at the time. Additionally, his administration oversaw the construction of the Shiroro Hydroelectric Power Station and the establishment of the Federal Road Safety Corps to enhance road safety across the nation. Foreign policy. Babangida played a pivotal role in strengthening Nigeria's foreign relations. He was instrumental in the founding of the Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group, ECOMOG, deploying Nigerian troops to Liberia and Sierra Leone to restore peace during their civil wars. His administration also hosted the Abuja Treaty, which laid the groundwork for the African Union. However, his decision to register Nigeria as a member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in 1986 generated controversy, with critics viewing it as a move toward Islamizing a secular nation. Following his resignation in August 1993, amid the political crisis ensuing from the annulled election, Babangida retreated from active politics but remained an influential figure. Residing in his hilltop mansion in Minna, he has been involved in various business ventures and continues to wield considerable influence in political circles. In recent years, he has called for a generational shift in Nigeria's leadership, advocating for younger leaders to take the helm. His recently released autobiography, A Journey in Service, offers an introspective look into his life, decisions, and the complexities of governance during his tenure. In February 2025, during the launch of his autobiography, Babangida publicly acknowledged that the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election was a grave mistake. He admitted that Moshood Abiola had won the election, stating, Upon closer examination of the original collated figures, there was no doubt that MKO Abiola won the June 12 elections. Babangida expressed deep regret over the annulment, describing it as the most challenging decision of his career and accepting full responsibility for the actions taken under his leadership. General Ibrahim Babangida's legacy is a tapestry of economic reforms, political experimentation, infrastructural development, and controversial decisions. His impact on Nigeria's trajectory continues to be a subject of extensive analysis and debate, reflecting the multifaceted nature of his contributions to the nation's history.
The wedding ceremony of Joy Idemudia and Judas Ekaigbe witnessed a gathering of the creme de la creme of the Edo people of Nigeria, as prominent sons and daughters of Edo State gathered to celebrate with the Isekaigbe's and Idemudias. The father of the groom, Major General Cecil Isekaigbe, retired, is an accomplished Major General of the Nigerian Army who had a distinguished career and rose to the exalted position of a Major General. The groom's mother is Angela Isekaigbe, an Assistant Controller General in the Nigerian Immigration Service. The bride's father, Chief Philip Idemudia, is an accomplished businessman and chairman of Movie Power Plants Limited, while the mother of the bride is Mrs. Daisy Idemudia, a business tycoon and major distributor of one of the major soft drink brands in Nigeria. Officiating ministers at the church service were His Grace, Most Reverend Donatus Aimo Shogun, Bishop of Urumi, Reverend Anthony Olanio, Parish Priest, Reverend Perrot Voger, Associate Parish Priest, among many others. The service began with a hymn titled Behold Among Men. Followed by the introductory rites by the parish priest. Another hymn, titled Glory, was sang before the opening prayer was said. There was a session of Bible readings, followed by the joining of the couple and declaration of vows, officiated by the priest.
This special way, we rejoice with the parents, Chief Philip Idemudia, and his in-law to be all of them from Eastern lands and Norobi diocese. The children have said they want to come together to marry. Obviously, the parents would have been friends, and their friendship will also attract their children to come together. And pursue
Thank you, Jehovah, join the media to be my wife. I promise to be true to you in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health. I will love you and honor you all the days of my life.
I, Igogo Choice Idemudia, take you,
Ebenezer Judas Ekaide, to be my husband. I promise to be true to you in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health. I will love you and honor you all the days of my life. Accepted me as a sign of my love and loyalty. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
The responsorial psalm was taken from Psalm 128, verse 1 to 5, before the second reading from the book of Ephesians chapter 5, verse 25 to 33.
At that time, Jesus lifted up his eyes to heaven and prayed, Holy Father, I do not pray for these only, but also for those who believe in me through their word, that they may all be one. Even as you, Father, are in me, and I in you, that they also may be in us, so that the world may believe that you have sent me. The glory which you have given me, I have given to them, that they may be one, even as we are one. The Gospel of the Lord.
Prayer of the Faithful, the Liturgy of the Eucharist, nuptial blessings and the communion followed next before the signing of the marriage register by the couple and their family.
Lord, look now with favor on these your servants, joined together in marriage, who ask to be strengthened by your blessing. Send down on them the grace of the Holy Spirit, and pour your love into their hearts, that they may remain faithful in their marriage covenants.
The Thanksgiving session saw family members and friends of the couple, the Sekaigbe's and the Demudias, dancing to the glory of God before the final blessings were proclaimed on the newlyweds, Jude and Joy Sekaigbe, by His Grace, the Bishop of Urumi, Reverend Donatus Aimoshuogun. After the prayers, the recessional hymn was sang to bring the church service to an end. The reception party was held at the prestigious Edmund McKee, Wuse 2 Abuja. The sponsors of the wedding reception of Jude and Joy Sekaigbe were Dr. and Mrs. Patrick Ikena. The chairman of the occasion was Comrade Adam Soshomole, while the father and mother of the day were General Alexander Ogumudia, former Chief of Army Staff, and Mrs. Alero Azazi. The uncle and auntie of the day were Colonel Ernest Atta and ACG Doris Bryma, retired. Some of the top guests at the event were His Royal Highness Anslem Edonije, the Ojurumi of Urumi, His Royal Highness Sylvanus Ikemben, the Onoji of Ewaho, His Royal Highness Razak Ejiofo, the Onoji of Ewu, His Royal Highness Fred Aigbe, the Onoji of Edo Community in Kano, among many others. Chairman of the occasion, Comrade Adam Soshomole, gave his remarks, during which he thanked God for the life of the parents of the couple and that of the couple. He advised the couple to always stay true to their love for each other, despite the challenges of marriage.
For Joy, I don't think you will have a better friend in life, a better confidant, and one in whom you can invest all your trust than Jude. I know Jude as a banker, and like every banker, he will bank your trust, and it's in good hands. If you appreciate whatever you bank the money, when you want to look at it in the evening, the value is appreciated. I think Joy is a very smart girl to go for such a smart young man. I congratulate both of you. But you know, Jude was also very, very lucky to have a girl who, when she was born, the parents saw her as a symbol of joy. And all of us men, and even women, we want joy in our life. And here today we are privileged to see Jude having joy in his heart, having joy by his side, and going home joy after this event. I think we congratulate Jude.
In the remarks of the father of the day, General Alexander Ogomudia, retired, he admonished the couple to follow the worthy example of their parents to make their union stand the test of time.
Half of this effort in your home it will be a successful marriage. Because thoughts, planning, money, invitation of people, there are so many things that here, but if I hear something affecting the second day, I will say forever. And I guess that the spirit of a lot of people come here. What's right you go for you get it. Friends, you have to pray for it. One, you have to pray for it, but that's what we mean. There should be good children who also experience this in their own life.
starting exercise was coordinated by the father and mother of the day, General Alexander Ogomudia retired, and Mrs. Aleru Azazi, with other top guests present.
So we'll start by L-O-O-V-V-E-E. Love.
Love. Congratulations, we love the couple.
The mother and son dance session was a very emotional one, as the groom, Jude Isekaigbe, danced with his mother in tears of joy. The father-daughter dance followed next before the couple's dance session. They danced in excitement as their friends later joined them on the dance floor. Goodwill messages followed next as Lieutenant General Ihejerika retired. The bridesmaid and brother of the groom spoke. After that, the bride, Joy Isekaigbe, later tossed her bouquet of flowers, which was caught by the chief bridesmaid. The toast was proposed by a friend of the couple, Jude Chizoba, as everyone claimed glasses.
DJ Fancy, drop it! Please complete your glasses with the cup. Please come and clean your glasses with the cup, please. Please come and clean your glasses with the cup, please.
It was dance, dance, dance till the very end as the couple, their friends, family members and guests celebrated till the end. From Biscon Communications, it's happy married life to Jude and Joy Isekaigbe.
Welcome to Biscon Television News Roundup today. I'm Stella Opara. First, the headlines. It's national embarrassment. Lagos lawmakers lament DSS invasion of Assembly. National Assembly adjusts 2025 budget, raises recurrent expenditure. In business news, NDIC reaffirms commitment to protecting depositors' funds. On the foreign scene, Trump calls Zelensky a dictator as he hits back at disinformation criticism. And in sports, Diallo out for season with ankle injury, says Amorim. Now the news in full. Members of the Lagos State House of Assembly condemned the invasion of the Assembly complex by operatives of the Department of State Services and the Nigeria Police on Monday, describing it as a rape of democracy, an aberration, and a national embarrassment. During a plenary session attended by 36 lawmakers, the legislators demanded an explanation from the Lagos State Director of DSS regarding the reasons behind the security operatives' presence at the legislative complex. They also called on the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, to investigate the incident and provide the public with a comprehensive briefing on the findings. Additionally, the Assembly urged President Bola Tinubu to intervene immediately to prevent further escalation of the situation. Expressing their outrage, the lawmakers unanimously condemned the invasion, insisting it was an abuse of legislative procedure and a threat to democratic governance in the state. Now, the National Assembly on Tuesday rescinded some items in the 2025 appropriation bill passed by the Senate and House of Representatives last week, after detecting errors in the line items under capital and recurrent expenditure. Although the budget size remains at 54.99 trillion naira, the capital expenditure has been reduced by more than 500 billion naira, while the recurrent expenditure was increased by the same amount. At plenary sessions on Tuesday, both the Senate and the House of Representatives made corrections to the figures previously passed for some ministries, departments, and agencies, with some figures increasing while others were reviewed downward. In the document, the Ministries of Defense and Police Affairs, National Pension Commission, Universities Pensions, Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Pension Transition Arrangement Directorate, and a few other agencies had their budget estimates adjusted. On the other hand, the Presidency, Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, Office of the National Security Advisor, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Federal Ministries of Agriculture, among others, had their budget proposals increased for the 2025 fiscal year. In another story, the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Ola Olukoyede, on Wednesday, tasked state governments, traditional rulers, and civil society organizations with the need to check the spending of local government administrations within their domains. According to him, something drastic must be done to discourage corruption at the council levels, because the structure of accountability at the councils, as presently constituted, does not inspire confidence. Olukoyede made these known when he addressed a mixed audience of activists, traditional rulers, and local government bosses at the Gombe State Local Government Summit in the Northeast State. He bemoaned the trend where local councils have become automatic teller machines for greedy public officers who feed on the ignorance or lethargy of the rural population to mine public wealth for private gain. Olukoyede also faulted the trend where local government chairmen reside in state capitals and only visit their councils once a month to share the largesse called federal allocation. He said councils must not just be caricatures existing in names, but be proactive to deliver good governance to the people at the grassroots. He identified prevalent corruption practices such as the stealing of public resources through contract and procurement fraud, outright embezzlement of resources through brazen sharing of public funds, and several other shenanigans among local government officials, saying that the EFCC won't spare any culprit. Now, also on Wednesday, the federal government explained the delay in the direct disbursement of funds to the 774 local government areas, despite the Supreme Court ruling granting them financial autonomy. According to the government, the delay is due to the ongoing process of profiling individuals who will serve as signatories to the local government accounts. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, represented by the Director of Civil Litigation at the Federal Ministry of Justice, Tijani Ghazali, stated this at a State of the Nation discourse on strengthening local government autonomy in Nigeria, organized by the Nigerian Bar Association on Wednesday. Fagbemi added that an implementation committee was set up following the Supreme Court's 11 July 2024 judgment. The committee, which includes representatives from the federal government, the Association of Local Governments of Nigeria, and the Nigerian Governors Forum, has been working on the framework for the full implementation of the ruling, particularly regarding the direct payment of allocations from the Federation account to local government areas. The committee is expected to complete its mandate any time from now and present its recommendations to Nigerians, the AGF stated, adding that President Bola Tinubu's administration remains committed to granting local governments full autonomy. However, the AGF condemned the continued illegal removal of democratically elected local government councils by some state governors, despite the Supreme Court's ruling against such actions. Now, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Gbetokun, on Thursday, decorated 19 newly promoted senior police officers at the Goodluck Jonathan International Peacekeeping Center, Force Headquarters, Abuja. The event, filled with cheers from families, friends, and well-wishers, marked a significant milestone in the careers of the decorated officers. The ceremony saw the elevation of 3 commissioners of police to the rank of Assistant Inspector General of Police. This was disclosed in a statement released by the Force Public Relations Officer, ACP Olumoyiwa Adejobi. The newly decorated AIGs include AIG Garba Ahmed, AIG Nemi Edwin Usigoboka Iwo, and AIG Salman Garba Dogo, among others. Addressing the newly promoted officers, Egbetokun applauded their dedication and service to the nation, while emphasizing the enormous responsibilities that come with their new ranks. In another story on Thursday, the Patriots, under the chairmanship of Chief Emeka Anyoko, expressed sadness at the demise of elder statesman Edwin Clark, particularly coming a few days after the death of Afenifere chieftain Pa Ayo Adebanjo. The body, comprising eminent leaders of thought, particularly said the deaths of Clark and Adebanjo within the space of 5 days, as at Thursday, left the nation with a void too big for Nigerians to fill. Adebanjo died last Friday, aged 96, at his home in Lekki, Lagos, while Clark, the Pan-Niger Delta Forum leader, passed away on Monday, aged 97 years. A statement by the General Secretary, the Patriots, Olawale Okoniye, lamented that the nation lost patriots who made courageous and forthright interventions on national issues. The Patriots noted that Clark stood out as an inspiring and formidable voice committed to a new people's constitution, the return of the country to true democratic federalism to be negotiated by the Constituent Assembly of Nigerians. The group, however, said it was consoled by the fact that Edwin Clark lived an illustrious life full of insurmountable legacies for generations to come. You're still watching Biscon Television News Roundup. Business news comes up next. Welcome back. Now to business news. The Nigerian Exchange Limited on Tuesday announced the listing of a new 368.3 billion naira Federal Government of Nigeria bond. The 10-year bond, carrying a coupon rate of 22.60%, was listed on the exchange on Tuesday, February 18, 2025. The newly listed bond is designated as 22.60% FGN bond January 2035. It matures on January 29, 2035, with coupon payments made semi-annually on January 29 and July 29. The issuance date for the bond was January 29, 2025. In addition to the new listing, the NGX also announced supplementary listings for 2 existing FGN bonds. According to information released by the NGX, the new bond and the supplementary listings aim to deepen the Nigerian capital market and provide investors with a wider range of investment options. Now, it was reported on Wednesday that Rotary District 9112 has revealed plans to allocate more than 500 million naira for humanitarian services in 2025. Rotary International District 9112 Governor, Rotarian Femi Adenekon, shared the announcement during a week-long celebration marking the organization's 120th anniversary. Speaking at a recent press conference held in Lagos, Adenekon also said that the district has already invested over 200 million naira in various humanitarian projects aimed at making a significant impact on local communities. Also speaking on the 120th anniversary, Adenekon said it has been a wonderful experience